Whoops. I should probably unmute the game. There we go. We're back. Bum, 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 bum. Boom. Bum, 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 bum. Alright, so let's start barreling through to the MSQQ. At long last. Captain Runner, I mentioned I was hoping you might raise the flagging spirits of our men and women. Why would they care about me? Worry not, it's no unnecessarily laborious task. We don't need you to make wine or cheese. Mere presence of you, so... Okay. Sure thing. It's me, up here in the sky. By the way, unfortunately, I actually can't show this off properly because it's foggy. Maybe it won't be foggy at some point. Prior to, you know, starting it. Hey, Michiru. Hey, Rex. Hi. Rax. Hey, Mr. Red. Hello, Zero. Don't worry, you have a few minutes. We need to do the lead-up quests, and there are a couple. Yeah, apparently, FM Aylward. This is the hero who brought down the Praefectus. Good to have you with us, friend. As you can see, the mood is grim at best. I was hoping your presence alone might raise spirits some. Unfortunately, they are too preoccupied wallowing in fear and self-pity to even notice you arrive yet. Yeah, sure. Well, no problem. I'll just go over here. Talk to this guy. He's over here somewhere. There he is. Yes, lunch today was jalapeno sausages. With grape poupon. And grapefruit. And some carrots. Just a mild case of battlefield nerves. Psych! Okay, so this is... Oh, never mind, that's not it. There's this one emote that Elysian males have, which is just... the worst. It's like... Oh yeah, speaking of which, so early on, in fact, I actually have a list here. When we were doing Tam Terra Deepcroft, regular, not heroic, or not hard mode, excuse me, we had someone join us named Nice Atreus. Atreus? It's Blade Torval. Okay, there we go. I didn't catch who that was. I'm going to jot that down right now. That's Blade Torval. There we go. I also need to figure out who Clyde is. I think that's Jordan. Pretty sure it's Jordan. But I wanted to ask first. See, this is why my name is Lore Runner. Sorry. You remember when we used to do multiplayer Stellaris matches? And people would be like, who's this person? And we made it a rule that you had to make your nickname your empire name so we could tell who everyone was. Because we'd suddenly get the 5th Empire of Takaria saying, hey, let's ally. And we'd be like, no! And it's a player. Alright, you. I psych you up. Wait, yes, of course. The Garleans are not nearly as frightening as you. Dude! Oh, I sense a question bot. Or a question for the question bot. But the answer is no. I'm pretty sure I've heard of those games, Trihexia. But even that I'm not willing to say with total certainty. I psych you up. Your stirring gesticulation has reawakened me to my purpose. Okay. That was easy. You would stoke my fighting spirit as your troops? As kind Harfer, but hardly necessary. I assure you the fire in my heart rages as strongly as it ever has. I'm gonna do it anyway! Ha ha ha! Join me, Edelstein, and together we will... I robbed it without realizing it. The fire of my own resolve had grown dim! But seeing you, it burns red hot once more. Yes, I am just that hot. You've rekindled the flames of courage that burn within our brave men and hearts women's. For that, I thank you. We must march with no regrets. Okay, let's go. Is Rye there? Because I know she wanted to join us for this. Oh, hey, look, it's the leveling spot back in ARR for blue mages. There's our dungeon. Our hero returns. I trust the visit has done much. Let's commence the briefing. The inimitable briefing. Oh, excuse me. Why am I up front? There's a bunch of people here in cloth and leather, and I'm just there like, hi. Who's Darth Vader up there? I think that's the hero. What? Aw. Brothers and sisters, I share with you glad tidings. Doubtless spurred on by news of the siege of Castrum Oriens, the Maelstrom have struck a double blow. Castrum Occidens and Castrum Meridianum are now under blockade. Dean Bedeen is a success. Congratulations, Dean Bedeen. I don't know how you did it, but you did it. Thank you, as always. I will put that towards the messenger. Reports tell us the Garleans offered fierce resistance, but the Admiral yielded them not one ill. With Occidens, Meridianum, and Oriens, thus suppressed, the third phase may begin in earnest. Even as we speak, the Order of the Twin Adder moves to block the railway, leading hither from Castrum Sentry. Hey, sir, I have a question. Yes, what is it? Why do you have a child and a girl in a bikini up there with you? Any other questions? The hour has come to strike at the heart of the Garlean invasion force. Castrum Meridianum, the den of the Black Wolf. My fellow Eorzeans, I am Minfilia. For some reason, I am the main character of the Scion of the Seventh Dawn. Scions. There exists myriad barriers that divide us. Race, nation, language, and creed, to name but a few. Such barriers serve to isolate us from our neighbors, yet they also serve to define who we are. Shorn of them, there would be little to distinguish one from another, and the rich variety of our lives would give way to sterile orthodoxy. Yeah, we'd all be Ishgardians then. These barriers can never truly be broken down, of course, so long as there's liberty in the world, but they can be transcended. Verily, we do so now in coming together for this grand endeavor to fight side by side in defense of shared home. Everyone, I am Alphino. It's the enemy! Get him! Before me stands the adventurer, Lore Runner. You all know him as the man who will lead the unit tasked with destroying the Ultima weapon. We Scions know a different Lore, however. We know him as a dear friend who has endured untold hardship on our behalf, a true hero who has ever blazed a path for us to follow. And why do I tell you this? Because it is time for us to blaze a path for him! Pave the way with your blood and glory! Gory? I guess it's actually both. Our objective... He's not a robot. Listen. Hi, Eleazar. I actually am rather amused. Part of the reason I wanted to do this as Paladin and in this particular outfit is because this is the outfit I wore the last time I did this quest, so... And I actually rather liked it. I became fond of it. But anyways, our objective is to wreak havoc outside the walls of Meridianum as to afford Lore and his comrades the time they need to disable the Magitech field generator within. With the path thus cleared, we may finally turn our minds to our true goal of this operation. The destruction of the Ultima weapon. All troops, prepare for battle. Okay. I fear I can't accompany you this time. The unenviable task of facilitating communication between our forces has been entrusted to the Ironworks. Know, though, that I'll be praying for your safe return. Don't worry, Sid. My one true love So I'm in Philia. Hi, Minfilia. You're like the Saturday fling, basically. You know, Friday night hookup, you know. The robot is ready. Well, not quite yet. Nope, yep, okay. We're ready for Meridianum. No, Elizar, I have no money from you. Double checking the log, there's nothing there. So, if you hit refresh, Elizar, there might be a button which you can hit, and that would actually put forth the notification, and that would actually put the money through. Right, there you are. Get in here. Let's go. Unless you're too late. Yeah, Rye said she'd want to be in earlier, and I told her when I'd be back. Yune Snow Song, that's her. Yeah, what do you got? I can change class, I don't want to. Like this sage over here. Yeah, I guess I should get in the liner. Gigantic tank paladin of doom. Alright, let's make it so I'm actually facing forwards here. We are going to be doing this hard mode. Speaking of which, this is, I'm pretty sure, going to be get rid of accessories mode. I'm not super worried about the first one. The second one... There's some bosses that might actually give us trouble in the second one. Fortunately, I actually do know their mechanics. Just don't normally bother. How hazardous. Hi, Zakdaft. Wait, Giga Pudding, don't worry. I actually forgot to drink this earlier, but I will drink it in honor of the pudding. I need to empty all this junk out of my inventory at some point. All this crap I'm getting from dungeons. God. But I also have hot chocolate, so that's cool. You know, I think Excalibur is as big as you are, Zero. Alright, let's do this. I'm ready. This is gonna be interesting. And yeah, Fife's just scrolling on her phone. Look, all I'm saying, Zero, is that I'm better than you in every way because, I can't come up with a good reason. So, negative to gameplay. Before we even jump into this, I'm just going to give it and move on. Unskippable cutscenes. Some of the only unskippable cutscenes in the entire game. Just, yeah. Unlike most of the previous cutscenes, I've seen these cutscenes a few thousand million billion times. They have a reason. I don't know if I agree that it's a good reason. I also think there's 700 ways they could get around it without actually, you know, just leaving it the way it is. And I do think this is something that needs to be fixed. It's weird doing tiny polls, but we should. Now, by my experience, what normally happens at right about this point in time is this is when 1 or 2 people leaves the group because they wanted Praetorium and not Meridianum. Actually, that's only really started happening within the last several months, I've noticed. It's a damn shame, too, because it's at least partially understandable. Oh, Rax, get that one. Let's chill for a second. So we shut off the alerts. There's our first actual shot of the Praetorium over there. I would move the cutscenes, Blade Turval. Now, I know full well that's not actually an easy fix, but that is the fix. You move the cutscenes. Or you just accept that people skip them. One of the two. The harsh reality is that what they probably need to do is actually get rid of the MSQQ. As much as it's lucrative, it's not a good thing for the overall health of the game, in my opinion. The only reason I have a tolerance for the Praetorium, and a preference, I might add, for the Praetorium, is because I can do work while doing the Praetorium. I will actually, you know, is there several, I know exactly where the spots are, too. There are several spots in Praetorium where I could quite literally AFK and go do editing, or work on a Trek video, or work on a Trek rewrite, or whatever. I can just get work done while that's happening. And that's how I've usually done that. Like 90% AFK. Yeah, exactly. It's just a night at the movies. And that's, if we're being honest, not good game design. If you want the story, that's fine. I 90,000% disagree with that, Bella. I'm sorry. I'm glad that you like the fact that everyone is forced to watch this every freaking day they do this queue because they refused to let them skip cutscenes. But this is such a negative thing that I'm actually debating a second negative for it because of the MSQQ itself. Like, this is a negative for this dungeon. Yeah, exactly. This needs to be a solo duty. That would actually solve everything, too. Like I said, we've come up with a few ways to solve this problem over the years. Don't mistake me. I don't want to skip out on... Here, I'll just pull this. I don't want people to have to skip out on being able to enjoy and see the story. Duh. That's why I think this really does need to be fixed. I'm really hopeful that at some point they are going to talk about... I mean, maybe tomorrow with the thing. They might mention what they're going to do with this, because there are a few ways they could fix this that are feasible, even within the limitations of FF14. And I am hopeful that they will be able to fix this. So, one other side idea, just while we're talking about it. Excuse me. Now, WoW did this. One of the things WoW did was it had a raid pretty similar to this in structure, which it actually part and parceled out into multiple dungeons. Now, that doesn't fix the problem by itself, but you could see how that does substantially make this a lot less of a hassle if, rather than, you know... Damn it. Excuse me. So, I'm sorry, this is two things I'm trying to solve at the same time here. If you make it so that there's only a few cutscenes per dungeon, then people are going to be more inclined to wait for people to watch the cutscenes. I've seen this many times. I've seen this in Alexander raids, I've seen this in Crystal Tower raids, I've seen this in just random dungeons. By and large, people are more likely to be cool with waiting for cutscenes if there's only a few of them, right? So you part and parcel the raids out. Less cutscenes, make them skippable. More people who actually want to see the cutscenes will have a better chance of actually being able to see them without being locked out of everything, right? Now, that is, of course, relying on the goodwill of the people, but I do actually think that that could work in a positive favor. Whew. There are, of course, other things you could do in addition to this. You don't have to do this. I should probably be reading this out loud. Sorry, I'm so used to this cutscene. Sid's like, hey, wait, Biggs and Wedge, they're doing cool stuff. This is a topic that's been on my mind for literally years, so forgive me for yammering here. Given the size of this place, I suspected... Not as bad as I thought. If I had half Marquess's talent for mending things, I should be able to get it working again. Well, okay. Listen, Laura, we intercepted an Imperial communication indicating the Ultima weapon is indeed housed within the Praetorium. We also learned the field which protects the compound is powered by no fewer than 3 generator towers. If you're to deactivate the field, you need to locate and disable them all. And I'm here to help you do just that. Where's my tea? I need to drink my goddamn tea. See that chute? It leads to a waste disposal. Of course it does. Somewhere nearby there will be a ceruleum facility supplying fuel to the closest of the 3 towers. Find the place and break things. Hulk smash. Go ahead, Lore. I'll be along as soon as I finish my repairs. Okay. Now, so I should talk about what Rax is saying here. There is a Band-Aid fix that they put... So what we're seeing is a Band-Aid on top of a Band-Aid, on top of a Band-Aid, on top of a Band-Aid. That's not an exaggeration. Each step that I just mentioned is some way in which they've tried to make these specific 2 dungeons more tolerable. Not an exaggeration. The final Band-Aid, or actually more likely the second to last Band-Aid, is the one that makes these lucrative. Oh, hey, ceruleum. The amount of experience and tomestones you get for doing this, either before max level or at max level, are gargantuan. If you get the Praetorium, it's literally 2/3 of a level just by itself. If you get the lower one, the one we're doing, this is still, I think this is a 1/4 of a level specifically. Where's the... No, whatever. So yeah, I say without hyperbole, this is a problem that they really should fix. What we have right now is Band-Aids on top of Band-Aids. Now, I don't think they are ignoring that. Unlike some WoW devs I could mention, I think they are fully aware of the problem of the MSQQ. And I do think they do want to fix it. And I trust them enough to trust that they probably have been putting real thought into how exactly they're going to fix it, rather than trying to put another Band-Aid on top of it. That is most likely why they haven't fixed it yet. Because many of the solutions that I and we have suggested would ultimately be more Band-Aids. I do think fully converting this down into a solo duty and just pushing it into its own trust kind of a thing would be probably the optimal solution here. Now, that may sound weird because that's going to have a knock-on effect. That's going to substantially reduce the percentage, the currency of experience and tomestones that everyone can earn per day. I admit I don't have an easy answer for that. But as weird as this may sound, as both a player and a developer, I would rather that they fix this problem and reduce that pool of daily income than just keep letting people be encouraged to do what are, let's be honest with ourselves, terrible dungeons, at least on repeat, in order to keep the economy of both tomestones and experience at the same rate it is. Now, Rax gives the obvious answer, and I've thought about this myself. Just percentage bump up. It's all percentages anyways, right? So just bump up the percentages of tomestones and experience from the other roulettes, divvy it out, there you go. That is a solution. And if they did that, the overall income wouldn't really change, and the overall approach wouldn't be... And that would just leave them with one major difficulty to solve, which I'm not sure they're capable of solving, and that is the equipping bad gear to not get at-level roulettes problem. which we haven't talked about, and we're not going to right now, because that's actually a fairly extensive problem and topic. Now, so Valvedrex mentioned that this seems the same so far. I'm going to go and disagree with that, from the perspective of the tank. But that's also because we've been doing actual careful pulls, as opposed to just grabbing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 packs together, and then pulling them here to kill them all in one bundle. That being said, this is certainly nowhere near as troublesome as Dumbass was giving us. We'll see what the actual bosses do, because we've only fought one boss so far. And honestly, the bosses in here are kind of nothing for a while. I'm curious how Livia is going to go. We did actually have to off-tank the first boss, so that was nice. I say we, that was actually Mr. Red who picked that up. Thank you for that, by the way, Mr. Red. I'm going to go ahead and stretch a little bit, just see how this feels. Pop the button here, just in case. One thing that this game is getting better than WoW in some respects, or at least WoW BFA. My live abilities are off the global cooldown. I will never forgive them for that. Such a gobsmackingly stupid move. I can't believe they did that. They actually did undo it to an extent. It's just freaking really. Anyways. So we have now blown up the Cerulean tanks. We actually never hit those searchlights. That's actually impressive. And then we hit him. Nope, I'm going to pull. I'm going to be stupid. I'm going to pull. Yep, no, there it is. Someone saw it. Someone was seen. As expected. Come on. Oh, God's sakes. I'm pretty sure the intent here... So, something WoW has done for a very long time is raids are the end of stories. You do the quests lead to the dungeons lead to the raids, and that's the story progression, right? Now, WoW does that because EverQuest did that. And I have a very strong feeling that FF14 did that because WoW did that. You'll notice they don't really do this after this. They actually save the raids for the trials, the normals, and the alliances. They weave in and out for individual bosses, but they don't actually go this direction with it. I'm gonna let... Oh, no, okay. I'm gonna take aggro accidentally. There we go. There we go. I'm gonna let Mr. Red have that, because I'm gonna deal with the trash. There's actually a lot of trash on this fight. Believe it or not. There they are. Alright, so let's go ahead and start grabbing some. We might actually have to kill the trash. Yep, looks like we do. That's okay. They're killable. Nowhere, Spartan. We're probably about halfway through ARR overall. Like, we're making good progress, don't mistake me. In fact, arguably, we're actually ahead of schedule by about a day and a half right now. No joke. Oh, we're finishing the MSQ today. The MSQQ, even. Oh, I should explain that. Some people have asked why I call it the MSQQ. Main Story Quest Q. These two dungeons are the MSQQ. It's also kind of a pun, because, you know, QQ, but... By the way, not to continue to complain about the MSQQ, but at a certain point, this place is actually voice acted. Not the whole thing, just part of it. Well, that's okay, because, like I said, it's still... The acronym still is valid. Main Story Quest Q. The MSQQ. You'll see in a bit, Mr. Red. I actually don't remember how the voice acting in this section sounds. Because I, usually play with this game muted. Well, nothing for it but to press on. We must see to the remaining generators before the enemy has the chance to regroup. Go ahead, Lore. I'll bring up the rear. Let's raise some hell! Alright, let's do it. Let's pull the whole thing like we always do. That will definitely not end in our horrific death. Actually, we should probably actually use the cannons like we never do. In order to clean some of this up. Mr. Red, you will die, and we will just watch you. So that's up to you. And off he goes. To die. Don't listen to Giga Pudding. She just wants to turn you into her next confection. We'll use the cannons. Just not for this pack. Mr. Red asks, how is the music for ARR? Honestly, not great. Alright, you go ahead. Because I actually want to show something off. You got this, Mr. Red. Everyone heal Mr. Red. He's going to need it in a second. So these are the cannons. These are a little buggy, but... well, they're cannons. This is the very beginnings of them using what I like to call vehicle tech. And by I mean, that's actually a WoW term, but whatever. It is... really buggy and inconsistent and kind of weird. But they do some good stuff with it later on. And meanwhile, Mr. Red is tanking them right outside of the range of the cannon. So funny fact, for those of you not aware, these cannons have a cone that they can hit, and it's like from there to there. Nobody ever pulls the enemies into here to nuke them down. They just go and grab the next pack. Now, there's a reason for that. That reason is Magitech Colossus! I'm joking. There is a reason for it. I'm going to go ahead and go for this, by the way. I'm going to let my healers know that in advance. I think we can manage this. I'm going to wait until this thing's dead first. Because these things are the heavy hitters. You notice how hard they are smashing through us. In fact, let me try to position them a little bit further away here. It's why those Magitech Colossi can be bosses right there. So we do need to clear this. If we don't, they can kill Sid. So that's not a horrible group, but we're going to go for it. So I'm going to do this, and then I'm going to run. Now, this is dangerous, what I'm doing right now. But there is an actual strategy here, believe it or not. Yep, okay, I was waiting for someone to catch up to me a bit. So I'm going to go ahead and pull these groups, and I'm going to try and hold them into a single button. You'll notice there are some cannons on the other side of them. So let's grab these to make sure they're in the bundle. Hit our live buttons. Hit our other live buttons. There we go. Lots of live buttons, and we're going to try to bundle them up. And those cannons are going to shred them. So as you can see, that is still a viable strategy, even at level. Sorry, Rax. I'm not actually sure what got you in that mess. Now, Mr. Red, do you know how to do the trick with this boss? Ah, line. Gotcha. Either way, I will get the first stun, or at least I will attempt to get the first stun. I will probably fail at it. Ready. Oh, hang on. Let me get over here. So Sid is taking a while to do something. Oh no! Enemies! Everywhere! Also, you can see a parked airship right there, so you get a little bit of a sense for the scale of the thing. They're basically the size of, like, the Corellian Corvettes. A little bit bigger, not too much bigger. You know, little freighter-style things. But yes, he is destroying... I can't even show it off. That thing right there. There we go. Okay, so let's do this. Look at me. No, really. Look at me. And... oh god, I'm off. Oh, that's stun! I don't know if we have enough DPS to push through it. You play without percents? What the hell? Stun it! Stun it! Stun it! Screw it, I'll do it, I'll do it! Ah, I'm a paladin! Paladin! It's gonna keep doing it! No, I can't. He's actually immune to stun right now. Ah, we didn't do it, we didn't do it. That's okay. We're okay, we're okay. So, the way this fight is supposed to work, all memes aside, I actually think this is a badly designed fight for the reasons I usually think, what do you call those? Palings! For the reason I usually think paling fights are badly designed. So, a paling fight is any boss encounter where the boss just says, no, I'm invincible for a minute. Now, paling fights can be good, bad, or awful. This is actually kind of a fairly mundane paling fight, but it is still a I'm invincible fight. Notice the boss just kind of keeps doing his thing while he hits the invincible button, which is that one right there. So I can do like 2 damage per hit right now, but he's still doing whatever he wants to. That is it. That's the whole gimmick of this fight, is he goes invincible until Sid clears the ads. And that's the final reason why I consider this to be a not particularly well-designed fight. It's just a straight-up, alright, stand there. It's one of the reasons we've come up with, let's be honest with ourselves, a glitch in order to be able to bypass that mechanic. Yeah, exactly, Valvatrix. So, I'm sorry, yeah, the ads that are giving him invincibility are only targetable by Sid. Not only damageable, only targetable. We literally can't even look at him. Yes, as previously described, the big guys do hurt. Which... oh, let's do another one. They also, almost every attack they do naturally cleaves. They also have that attack, which can straight up murder you, in addition to being a knockback. And you see how little time you have to dodge that? These guys kind of suck, so... so far, that's the only encounter in here. We've got, technically 2 more bosses to go. Fine work, though. Stand clear. I've a mind to loose some fireworks. Diverting all power to cannons! Yep, time to get some work done. Yep. Damn it, there goes the core. I fear I may have overestimated its maximum operating capacity by a few orders of magnitude. I blame Marquis. We'll need to find another way to bring down the third generator. Meanwhile, the traitor himself, and with his meddlesome friend for company. I'm evil! Sorry. Naturally, she just walks away. Go ahead, Lore. I need to get the bottom. It's FF14. Everyone's hot, Mr. Red. Except for all the Felians, obviously. They're just kind of... And the Rogadens. They're gross. Oh, yeah, no, she's burning up in that armor. Just absolutely melting in there. Remember, we're in Thanalan. I know it doesn't look like it, but this is the Thanalan area. This is the freaking desert. And this is a lot of metal in the desert. Actually, we have two cannons still operatable. Come here, quick. No. What about here-ish? This is a good spot for it. Hey, Ross. Get him. That's actually fair, Blade Torval. I mean, we know that's like the Iron Man suit, for example, has that. Yeah, I actually thought these were all destroyed earlier, but we still had two. Well, she gets to wear the white armor because... I don't know. Another Colossus. Now remember, each of these has effectively been a mini-boss by themselves. I know it's weird to think that, because when you're doing the MSQQ, these are just the same as every other trash. But you've seen how hard these hurt. Did you see that one nearly kill Linley, who was just walking by when the cleave went through? Like, that was a 2,000 damage hit. Linley has 2,242 damage. Yeah, there you go, see? Like I said, these guys have innate cleave. They're mean. Or, I'm saying that wrong. They don't have innate cleave. They have a cleave attack. There's no telegraph for it. It's just whoosh. So, the reason I bring that up is you see that pack right there? You are not supposed to fight that nonsense. I'm pretty sure we actually cannot fight that at level. Now, normally we split up and do some stupid things here, but instead, we're going to do this. Pull it to the corner where everyone can see it. Immediately lose it. Pull it to the other corner where everyone can see it. Lose aggro and everything. You know what? That's okay. I'll hit the searchlight. There we go. And we're just going to stay here. We're actually going to kill these. You know what? I'll take that, Ross. And no, okay. Cleaved in most... Oh my god, Mr. Red is dead. It's okay, I have aggro on... Oh god, we pulled ads. I don't have buttons up right now for that. This might actually be white. Let's try it. Pull this button and this one. We're just gonna do everything. Can't stand in crap. Yeah, Mr. Red's a Dark Knight. I'm pretty sure he's gonna out-aggro me if he's trying. He should, anyways. Damn it, Kay, I thought that was a real question. No jokes allowed! This is the no humor land. So the other pack is cleared now. It is. Someone pulled it over here. But yeah, I'm just gonna let you look at that. 6 Colossi. And supporters. But 6 Colossi. So now we've gotten the attention of one of the frickin' airships. That's bad. It's me. Are you alright? I'm being shot at by an airship. That's an assault craft. You don't stand a chance with convention. We cannot beat it conventionally. You're going to need something big to bring it down. A mortar, a cannon, anything. You'll notice they have been trying to tutorialize the cannon concept throughout the whole thing. Which is good, because this is the first time the cannons are actually mandatory. That being said, they make it really obvious that you need to go after the cannons. And thankfully, the enemy corvettes are not particularly maneuverable. I need one person on all three. And I want them... And what you do is you just get there and you right-click spam it. Just keep spamming it. I'm going to stay here for the colossi that are about to spawn. There they are. I will get the south one. Mr. Red will get the north one. We are about to take a lot of damage, though, because we're about to fight 2 colossi at the same time. This is going to suck a little bit. This might actually be the legitimately hardest fight in this area. These 2 colossi, I've actually seen groups wipe on. Hey, they took out the 3rd tower. Thanks for that. Appreciate it. Fools, if you were to die here, at least do so without making such a mess of the place. We call that the physics attack. I see Garland is not with you. More's the pity, I'd hope to slay him myself. But never mind the traitor for now. I have so looked forward to this meeting. Lore Runner! Yes, I know much and more about you, about your strength, about your hidden talents. Yeah, we could do a quick kill. We're not going to do. We do want to experience this, actually. We're going to experience this nice and legit. There's a lot of tricks and tips people have figured out over the years for these dungeons, because everyone does them 7,000 times. It's like I said, they're extremely lucrative. Oh yeah, by the way, if you're wondering, those exhaust attacks, they just randomly target someone. And yeah, go ahead and pull mine down first. Everyone should focus on mine. It's the southern one. But yeah, you can teleport in there to effectively... So they can't get in if you teleport in there. And they effectively just de-aggro, and that's the end of them. And you can do a thing where you can get all 4 cannons to hit her simultaneously, all sorts of fun stuff. Okay, 1 down. Substantially less damage going out now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can get the white Magitech armor as a mount. I don't actually remember how. So this is not a good boss fight. I'm sorry to say that. It is the beginnings of a boss idea. Everyone picked a side. Other than me, obviously. Oh, it's from the store? Okay. Let's see. Actually, that's okay. Rye, come here. Come here, come here, come here. Or no. That's also acceptable. So the way this boss fight works, I'm actually not sure how difficult this is going to be. We can't do jack to her right now. So I'm going to do a little bit of damage to generate what we call initial aggro. And then I'm just going to sit here and live for a minute and watch for ads. So there's these little missile things over on the side. And what happens is people can walk up, click those, and that loads one of the cannons. They really like the cannons in this dungeon. Whoever uses a cannon on her gains aggro immediately. You notice how the aggro just immediately swapped over? The moment you start doing that, these ads start spawning. As these ads start spawning, they primarily target the launchers in order to try and prevent you from loading more missiles. I see what they were going for here, and I feel like with today's team, they could probably turn this into an actual pretty cool fight. The problem is, this is them trying to struggle to make a mechanic in ARR. You know what I mean? Like, you can really tell that there's just a lot of jury rigging going on here. And it's noticeable, and it drags the fight down, and it's awkward and weird. And you'll notice how even at level, without half of our equipment on, this is still a joke of a fight. Like, so I'm kind of hopeful if they ever do that trust thing, if they ever actually make these solo instances or whatever, that they could polish this particular encounter up and really pull it forwards. Which one's the 69 dungeon, US and Corp? I mean, I'd say that's more of an ATPT, but I'm with you, Kay. It's totally analogous. Oh, yeah. I know the one you're talking about. One more should do it. There we go. Naturally, she's fine. Whatever. My lord was quite taken with the power you possess. The echo. Naturally, I cannot help but wonder whom this prince among men might be. Only to discover you're but another adventurer. No better than the multitude. Yet in spite of this, the masses hold you their champion, shower honors on your head. It defies all reason. How is it you could be such a thorn in our side? Whenever you appear, you leave havoc in your wake. You have slow Ridditon, one of our very finest. I will not speculate. Truth be told, I couldn't care less how you've done these things. What matters to me is the fact that you've done them. And that I'm evil. If you are allowed to continue, you will eventually deprive me of all that I have toiled for. All that is mine by right. My minions, my comrades, even my one true love. Well, you cannot have him. He's mine. His dreams, his ambitions, his body and soul. They are mine. Do you hear me? I'm not even joking. That's actually what she says. I will kill you, adventurer. Only your death can bring me peace. So this is actually one of the easiest bosses in the dungeon. Mr. Red, you go and tank her. I'll take the ads. So, this fight has exactly 2 mechanics. She puts down telegraphs, and she summons ads. That's it. Now, there are a lot of ads, which is why I think we might actually have to kill them this time around. Normally, we just completely ignore the ads. Yeah, I think with that rate of DPS, we're going to have to kill him. Chill here for a minute, get all my buttons ready to go. Hit that by accident, that's whatever. Come on, where are they? There they are. Look at me! Oh, that's interesting. They actually fixate. I don't think I ever noticed that before. They don't obey aggro. So fixate is exactly what it sounds like. It's a mechanic where an enemy just says, I'm going to attack you, regardless of other concerns. Usually there's an indicator of that. I don't think I've ever noticed that she does that. So who'd she give the order to attack to here? Is there anything that indicates it? I guess we just see who they're about to attack. Rax! They're going after Rax! Defend Rax! That's actually funny. By the way, her cone attack is called Angry Salamander. Hear that? She actually had a line of voice acting. I believe that's also our first tank buster, too. I could be wrong, though. I think Ridditon might have had one. So this guy's mine. I'll take him over here so he doesn't cleave people. I didn't know Titan had a tank buster. I believe you. Okay, I'll take that. I wonder if I could just dodge that. Nope. Okay, I had a button ready for it. Yeah, no, she has a tank buster, she has a line attack, and she marks someone. That's it. This is not a good dungeon, and this is not a good boss fight. I don't know if I even count the ads. No, it's happening all over again. Oh, this is... I can actually go through this cutscene. Please, I can't bear it. Don't take him away from me. My lord, Gaius! What about your sister? No? Okay. Yeah, she's dead. Anyways, she's in the Palace of the Dead. Another poor fool who craved Gaius' affection over all else. May her soul know rest. Nope! She's gonna be an undead monster in the Palace of the Dead. Tis a miracle no harm has come to you, my friend. One for which I don't know, Mr. Red died in the middle of that. The wonders do not end there. Truthfully now, did you really mean to send the assault craft crashing into the generator tower? If you did, you're a bloody liar. If you didn't, oh, you're too modest. Whichever you are, you've managed to open the way to the Praetorium. The only problem is we can't reach it on foot. We'll need to take the Enterprise. I left her at the Cerulean processing plant, so let's regroup there. This is it! So I'm going to argue for a negative for that dungeon. Even at level, even for a new player. It's just not what I would consider to be a good dungeon. For all the reasons I've been detailing. There's actually dungeons before this that are better designed. Stone Vigil is a better dungeon than this. God, I can't believe I'm saying that. It's true, though! It's true! Oh, no, this isn't two negatives. That's the MSQQ. That's separate. That's another thing. That's another thing. Hey, I gave a plus to Stone Vigil, okay? Right? Meridianum. Penguin! How's the internet? Yep, nope, I'm waiting until you're done, Zero. Let me know. I'm just kind of chilling over here. Me too, Robostall. Me too. I mean, they retconned a lot. They retconned... I mean, we'll talk about this later, but look at Estinian in the Dragoon quest versus Heaven's Word. You know? Just gonna pull out my weapon here. I'll be the glowy boy. Oh, that sucks, Bragon. Okay, I'll be one of the glowy boys. I'll be one of the three. Look, we got a lot of glow, okay? Take your time, Zero. I agree, Robostall. As I've said several times, I keep repeating this for people who haven't heard me said it before. You have to understand when discussing the lore of this game, ARR was written, designed, and built during 1.0. ARR came out in the state that we're seeing. All the content we're seeing right here, all the pre-patch content, was being made during 1.0. And it explains so much. It really does. Once they were able to fully focus on ARR, once they were able to fully focus on 14, it was a proven success. They had the support of the studio. They had the financial backing. That's when the team was able to actually start stretching their chops and do a lot better. So, as much as I do give the negatives, because that's how that works, no matter why it sucks, I always want to stress that. Which brings me to a speech. This is a great time for this. Someone asked me, Lore, why is Lost Ark so popular? Why does it have so many players? Some of you may or may not be aware of the fact that last year a lot of things came to light regarding Blizzard, Actiblizzard, and the people that work therein. This is like the 5th thing that smashed Blizzard in the face with regards to PR. After the garbage with the Hearthstone tournament and Blitzchung, after the garbage with Diablo Immortal, after the tone deafness, after the stupidity of BFA and the issues and all that, that was basically the final straw, and a fairly large number of people left WoW. But lore, I thought they went to the other MMOs, and you're right. But I want you to really seriously think about the really big MMOs in terms of numbers out there. Look at Guild Wars 2 for a second. Look at ESO for a second. Look at Final Fantasy XIV Online for a second. I love this game. I think that's pretty obvious from my general energy and attitude of the last week. But FF14 and all the other games have a barrier to entry. In FF14's case, it's partially ARR. This is why I'm bringing this up now. And it's partially their, frankly, Byzantine system. The online system of getting your account set up and all that. It's actually a total mess. It needs a complete overhaul. It used to be worse, by the way. The reason this is my second ARR account is because I lost the first one permanently to how even worse the system used to be. But yeah, no, I agree. This is a filter. This is a barrier to entry. What is Lost Ark? Lost Ark takes you a grand total of 3 clicks to start playing. I counted. Lost Ark is a free-to-play, top-down, pseudo-MMO that you can just grab on Steam and be done. Just like that. That is why so many people are playing Lost Ark. Because a lot of those refugees who flooded to the other big MMOs from WoW ran into the various barriers to entry that those MMOs had and didn't really know where to go next, have been flooding into Lost Ark. That's why. Are we done? I see Zero's not in G-Pose anymore. Are we good? Oh no, Lost Ark is not a good game. To be very, very clear. The nicest thing I could say about Lost Ark is that it is a acceptable time waster if you ignore the indoor shop and all that. Its story is garbage. Its gameplay is, in my opinion, not interesting. It is a solo-focused game. You can play the whole game solo. And that's about all I got to say about it. I do not recommend it. Yeah, I was wondering what was taking so long, Sarah. So, let me go ahead and get forward. Lone Star! Sorry. Yes, Lost Ark gave us the raspberry. For the final phase of the operation, my flames will storm Castrum Meridianum and suppress what is left of the Imperial garrison. If all goes well, this will allow you to reach the Praetorium unopposed, fit and ready for your encounter with the Ultima weapon. Yours is the most dangerous mission of all, but the best must bear the heaviest burden, and you're the best we have. There's not another soul in this realm that could see this deed done, and Merylwib and Kane are of the same mind as me. Though all hangs on your success, you must not let our plight make you desperate. Victory belongs to the bold, not the reckless. Bards are wont to sing of heroes who valued their life at naught next to honor, love, and liberty, but I can tell you now, men which value at naught, they sell cheap. Risk no more than you must. Now, best you're off. You have work to do. To Sid. Yeah, we gotta do a couple of cleanup quests before we actually hit the Praetorium. We will, don't worry. So nobody leave. This really should only be a few minutes. Oh yeah, by the way, like it or not, WoW's barrier to entry is minuscule. It is extraordinarily easy to fire up and just play WoW. Now, there is a line of thought about that, which I don't want to get into right now. We'll save it for later. Okay, that was actually faster than I thought it would be. Never mind, we're good to go. Praetorium. I swear there was more quests here for that. I swear there were more. Maybe they cut them. I don't know. Yeah, we're good to go. Ah, that's what I'm thinking of. As I say, I remember questing in this area for a weirdly long period of time. In fact, I specifically remember a quest which we didn't do. We had to find someone. And I can even tell you where he is because I remember this, because I was stuck on this for forever. It's up, here? Did they get rid of the platform? Okay, maybe I'm completely crazy. No, it's over here, it's over here. I'm right. Yay! There's someone up here. There was like a quest to go here. And I just could not find this for the life of me. I was like, where the crap hell? And I ended up having to find like a whole Reddit thread. It was like, where is this guy? Oh, he's up here. Okay. But yeah, yay for cutting the fat. But no, I do agree that WoW's first new player experience could be better. It does a lot on the gameplay axis right. It does good tutorialization, it does good guidance of where you should quest and how, and getting you used to playing the class and playing the game as a whole. That's great on the gameplay axis. The story is garbage. I can't actually explain the story without spoiling something. But it's just okay, you know what, hang on, we'll pretend that this is the most recent expansion, ARR, right? Just bear with me for a second. So let's say you're a brand new player to FF14. All right, new player. You go through this whole tutorial instance. You're like, all right, tutorial. Yeah, we've got this thing. And towards the end of the tutorial, they're like, hey, guess what? What? We need to kill the Ultima weapon. What? Yeah. Okay. What? Yeah, go kill the Ultima weapon. And because of the amazing gameplay tech of WoW, you can do that. Minutes is exaggerating. Hours would be more accurate. Sometime within the first day. And it's just like, but what? Wow, I love you, but what are you doing? What'd you find for me, Hazardous? Hang on. Perfect! Perfect. This shall be my lair. That's actually cheaper than the house I've been eyeballing lately. No joke. No. Go away. Oh yeah, it is in Kansas, so that is a downside. Okay, I'm being slightly facetious. What an actual good comparison would be, Rax, and I know you'll understand this. Anybody who knows FF14 will understand this. Imagine if, what's the exact name of it? Hang on just a sec. Imagine if you fired up, new character, yay, woo, I can't wait to try stuff out, everything's cool. And then after you do the tutorial, good gameplay tutorial, it's like, alright, we need you to go to the Steps of the Faith. Or Steps of Faith, excuse me. And you had to do the Steps of Faith raid, and then you went right into Heavensward. That, unironically, unjokingly, is pretty much exactly what WoW's new player experience is like right now. Not kidding. From a gameplay perspective, WoW's new player experience is honestly probably multiple positive territory. It is. It is a very good gameplay tutorial. It really weans you into it properly. Story-wise, it is a bare minimum of 1 negative, probably 2, possibly 3. It really is just kind of, and here you go! Bonk! Hang on, let's turn on role player mode while we wait here. We're ready to go. Everything that gets in our way won't be in our way for much longer. No, we can't let Rax play WoW because he might actually enjoy the gameplay. It's good gameplay. I'm sorry, it's good gameplay. They have polished the gameplay of WoW to a fine shine. It is the content on the gameplay axis that has some problems. As we've talked about today, in fact. I've got an idea. Let's invent an amazing system and then throw it out the window. God, I'm sorry. I know I said I wouldn't talk about it anymore. But oh my god. Ugh. Why? Whose good idea was that? I want to talk to your manager, sir. I want to carry this up a little bit. Hey! Ian, is this you? No? Okay. Get in here. We're gonna have a talk. And you're gonna argue me down from firing. That's no joke. That's how I'd start the conversation. I'm like, alright, you're gonna argue me down from firing you. Oh yeah, WoW's combat is legit. And the boss design, dungeon design, and raid design are honestly top-notch. Just the best. Which makes it all the more frustrating. But enough about WoW. Let's beat the game! It's gonna be about an hour, I'm just gonna warn y'all. Even if we do this optimally, this is, I think, like 54 minutes or something like that. It's only going to take him 20 years to count that money? Damn! So I forget the exact point at which they start voice acting. So I'm just going to... That's actually... This is the first time I've done this cutscene in literally years where the whole party looks cool. I'm sorry. I just had to comment on that. I always see people in, like, their school clothes or, like, a Moogle outfit. Or whatever. And we actually have a team of heroes for once. Okay, sorry. This is it, my friend. Oh, you notice we're actually a group in lore. For once. Alright, we're not going to do the sacrifice play. As with the previous dungeon, people have come up with many different ways to try and make this dungeon much faster. The jewel helps, right? So, normally what happens is one of the tanks pulls all these things, pulls them off to the side, and dies. You're probably thinking, what? Why? Well, then that way you don't have to fight them. Everyone else can go hit that Magitech terminal and just take the elevator. No, it is these ones. This... Although, actually, I suppose the tank doesn't have to die here. Sorry. Nevertheless, we don't kill these normally. The tank can do this. You see that little delay there? That's the irritant. So if you get hit in between right-clicking and then left-clicking yes, it interrupts it, and you have to do it again. So that's the challenge there. By the way, for all intents and purposes, this is the outro, so as usual, we will be judging this more harshly than we normally do. I've been thinking about whether or not we should even judge an outro, but honestly, because of the way every MMO I'm going to review is structured, they all do have intros and they all do have outros. We've already judged the intros. This is ARR's outro in every way that matters. Heaven's Word has a very defined outro as well. So does Stormblood. So does Shadowbringers. I wasn't even going to count the patch content, because that is kind of a separate thing, and I don't feel like it falls into the same quantification, if that makes any sense. Like the mentality is clearly different between leading into Heaven's Word and this right here. But you get the point. The point is, outro, we do have a good song. Got a nice visual. I know it's kind of hard to see right now because it's dark, but you can see down there, you know, see we've got... We're on the fortress, quite literally. Sorry, I forgot we should actually try here. My bad, my bad. Let me actually try. And let me get a sub from someone at the worst possible time. Thank you, someone, very much. As always, if you know where you want that one to go, please do let me know. Thief 1, you got it. Give me 1 second. Done. Thief 1. But yes, the mobs we just killed, normally we don't kill. Or even fight, actually. Normally what we do is we go through and we pull all these packs. I think it's like a total of 4 separate packs of enemies. And there's another elevator up ahead. And you already see where that's going. This one the tank dies on. Pretty much guaranteed. This one the tank plays the sacrifice in order to, you know, let everyone else just get through. While the other tank goes and pulls the next mobs. We've gotten very good at making this dungeon go as fast as possible. We being the community as a whole. So someone broke a convenient hole in the wall. We're going to go back inside. There we go. This place is taking some fire. I don't know who's shooting this place, but damn. You cannot res the sacrificial tank, no. This pack right here is actually pretty mean. Yeah, I remember when people found out about the stun play on the boss back in the last dungeon. Why are you not looking at me? You are! You're just being an ARR mob. Got it. Cool, cool. Let's just do this, pop this, pop this. By the way, I'm going to be contractually obligated by law to make fun of some of the cutscenes and characters, but I will also be being fair in how I judge it for the actual review purposes. I just wanted to make the distinction there between the memes and the actual review. So here's the next elevator. I forgot that this music slaps, by the way. No, really, I forgot this song. Is that Ultima, Rex? Okay. So, even from the perspective of doing these in the MSQQ, aka Everyday and Board and Drill, it's worth noting that several of the bosses in here are noticeably easier and harder than the others. In fact, it is to my endless amusement that one of the easiest bosses in this entire dungeon is the very last one. But there's one specific fight against Ultima. It is, in fact, the second time you fight Ultima. It's a pretty mean fight. Like, I've actually seen people wipe on that, even during the MSQQ. Gaius, who's just been standing here, apparently. Ah, Sid, my boy, you are late. There's something I meant to tell you, yet time never seemed right. It concerns your father. What of him? In the winter of his years, Midas came to abhor his part in Meteor. He told me he wanted nothing more than to wash his hands of the whole sordid business. Yeah, we have a cool party going on here, I like it. But he did not wash his hands of it. He helmed the project till the day it killed him. Yes, even you, Rai. I like the flower, too. Come now, Sid. You must know he did not have the luxury of choice. By the time he realized his error, it was too late. Meteor had him completely in his thrall. Shortly before his transformation, mayhaps sensing that something was amiss, your father confided to me all the regrets of his life. Most of them concerned you. Early on in your career, he realized that while you had a talent for devising armaments, it would never fulfill you. Long before you knew your own mind, he saw you would be happier using your knowledge for peaceful purposes, and the thought touched him. He was a changed man for it. Though he could not let it show. You blew holes in this place just so you could say this to me? What is it you want, Gaius? I want you to be at my side, Sid. Take up your father's mantle and become the Empire's lead engineer. It is your destiny. My father had a change of heart. You said so yourself. Besides, I have long since known my destiny, and I assure you it lies not with the Empire. A pity. What of you, adventurer? Will you not consider making common cause with me? With your powers joined to mine, we could do much for this realm. Together, we could bring order to Eorzea and usher in a lasting peace. No? And I can expect no better answer than this? So be it. It was your strength that made me proffer my hand in friendship, and it is your strength that makes me proffer now my blade. Save as an ally you are too dangerous to let remain. Remember how I said these things can be bosses? Well, here we are. Run, Cid, or stay. It makes no matter. You cannot escape the past. Gaius, wait, damn it. Let me get in position here. Pop this, because I'm going to need it in a second. Come on. There you go. Good boy. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I was even ready for that one. That's true of von Falkenstein. Yeah, the Colossi tend to be big enemies in several games. It's just in this case they are mechanical rather than the usual. Whoops, I put that in the wrong order. Whatever. This instead. There's the big hit. I was ready for it. Fairly simple boss. His main mechanic is that he hits very hard. If you're actually paying attention, I believe this is the hardest hitting boss we've fought so far. You notice he's also a Mark II Magitech Colossus. Ignore the fact that I just died, by the way. Yeah, he likes... What he does, I can actually tell you the mechanic. He does a big hit, and then he hits you with exhaust, which it's actually a secondary effective exhaust. And then he has a cleave swing, which is his normal thing to kill anyone next to you. And then he has something called Grand Sword, which hits like a truck. It is the Tank Buster. And he does that regularly. It's pretty much his normal rotation. So, I think it's time we divided our forces. Pray go on and give chase. I'll track your movements from here and guide you through the complex. We'll stay in contact via link pearl. Be careful, alright? Okay. Am I bloody useful? Am I too bloody useful? And now, traditionally, we should leave someone behind here, but let's not do that. There's usually one person who's just straight up AFK'd at this point, and hasn't realized the fight's over, or the cutscene's over, excuse me. As with every MMO, elevator bosses are the worst. You can actually skip this fight entirely. But yeah, that fight we just did is actually a very traditional concept when it comes to MMOs. That's called a gear check. It doesn't really have much in the way of coordination or mechanics or whatever. It hits hard and or does a lot of unavoidable damage. That's what a gear check is in MMO terms. Its entire purpose is you should be at this line or above to do this raid. Now, to my knowledge, they don't really do gear checks after this point. I'm pretty sure they were just kind of doing it because everyone else did that. But yeah, I was going to say, there's at least one other instance I was going to bring up later when we get to Alexander, which similarly follows the gear check concept. But yeah, no, they kind of stopped doing this. And for good reason. Not only because they started adding minimum item level requirements just to queue, which honestly kind of follows the same precepts of the gear check. You know, you must be this tall to ride this ride is a pretty easy way to prevent that. But also because, as I mentioned before, they started designing raids in their own way rather than trying to, and I mean this in a kindness, ape what WoW was doing at the time. I mean, I would argue that Orlando is a gear check fight, but we'll get there when we get there, you know. So, this is a irritating part of the dungeon. It's probably one of the only irritating parts of the dungeon, in my opinion. Everyone has to use this key reader for some reason. Everyone has to use it, otherwise they can't use the next thing. So... I say has to. They don't have to. But they really should. There are some people who, bye! Sorry, Rye. Just... It's okay, she can get it back. In fact, here. I'll say, yeah, Rax is going to send it back down. I'll start the cutscene while Rax is sending that back down. So, recognize that. I admit the first time I saw this actually got a grin out of me. Who's a good girl? Who's a good girl? There she is. I trust you recognize your old friend Maggie? No, her name is Betsy. Come on. I must have shipped her here from Sentry. Considering all she's been through, it's a wonder she's still operational. Tough old girl. Now that you're suitably armed, you can blast open the bulkhead. The external walkway will take you back there. So, this is intended to be a hyper beam moment. Usually, I don't actually like this part of this thing, because it's just kind of dull. But that's on doing this 57,000 times. With the interest of fairness and understanding, this is a traditional hyper beam moment. You have two buttons. One of them kills whatever you're looking at. The other thing kills whatever's in front of you. I'm not going to slow down, because I don't need to. Okay, I'm getting a little bit ahead of everyone. Hang on, I'm going to slow down a little bit. There we go. If you're not paying attention, the damage those cannons are doing are in the thousands. Which may not sound significant, but remember, at this level, the damage we do with most abilities is closer to a couple hundred. Now watch that. 4,500 damage from that one, 3,000 from that one. Damn. They also custom designed some of the trash for this section. They throw a huge amount, or a large amount of huge enemies at you. Specifically, because you're really supposed to be doing this section with the Magitech armor. The only thing I don't like about this section is every time I do it, I think, if Magitech armors are really this awesome, why hasn't the Empire won? So, that's the attack these things do. They have a knockback if you get too close. They can hurt. You notice how much damage that did to me, by the way. Yep. Yeah, no, these do a little more damage when you're at level. Piercing Talon is doing 2 damage! That's hysterical! Sorry, I should mention these actually have vulnerability down things up, too. You are supposed to go through here with the Magitech armors. And there, you see that? You remember when I pointed out how big the Colossi are? That is 6 Vanguards and 3 Colossi. Sorry, I was actually lying. It was 4 Colossi. So like it or not, judging the dungeon in its own merits, this is a pretty effective Hyper Beam moment. Unfortunately, it is also over. My only complaint for it is it's a little bit too short. So I don't think we can give a completely separate positive for this, but I will absolutely keep that in account when judging the dungeon as a whole. Now, this exact point is usually when I literally just walk away from my keyboard, because what we're about to see is a 5-minute cutscene, followed by a 7-minute cutscene, followed by another 5-minute cutscene, followed by a 13-minute cutscene, with extremely brief fights in between. Yeah, this is the coffee break right here. Now, don't worry, I'm not going to walk away from the keyboard this time. We'll need to divert all power to the cannon, as I so memorably did before. As you may recall, the armor's cores like to expire from the strain, but there's no help for it if we want to press on. Now listen well, but engage the ancillary, fire away. Don't mind the warning lights. You are correct, by the way, Trihexia. And that is a major plot point that's actually already being brought up and will be brought up in the future, too. But I'm sorry, Betsy. You're a natural at this. Alright, the way's clear, but it's just you and your own 2 feet from now, so be careful. Which is funny, because it would have been really funny to fight the upcoming boss with 8 Magitech Reapers. Gong, gong, gong. Alright, so now we have a cutscene, and then we're going to have, looks like Zira, or Linley, go ahead and pull the boss. Because we're going to do it, by God! It's a good strategy. Even not for just speeding it up. You've been leaving a fine mess in your wake, adventure. Hi, Nero. Someone there? Garland, old friend, how it warms the heart to hear your voice again after all these years. Senpai, or sorry. That's 2 senpais in these dungeons if you're paying attention. Nero, is that you? You sound well. It would seem this savage land agrees with you. The highest ranking tribunus in the 14th. It was you all this time? Tell me, Garland. How do you intend to keep all... How long do you intend to keep all the glory for yourself? What? You lost me. Don't play the fool with me. Ever since the academy, I've been condemned to live in your shadow. By all objective measure, I was the more talented of the 2 of us, yet the fact counted for naught beside your privileged birth. You were admired as the young prodigy, simply because your father was the great Midas non Garland. When you defected, I felt sure my star would finally rise. But by disappearing, you acquired the status of a legend. Your reputed genius gaining credence merely by dint of your absence. Instead of cursing you for a traitor, the people actually came to think of you more fondly. To this day, you are still the young prodigy of Magitech. I, meanwhile, have been made to feel second-rate. I, who continue to serve our nation faithfully. Whenever I fail to excel, it's only to be expected. But when I exceed all reasonable expectations, people can proclaim, I walk in the footsteps of the great Cid non-bloody Garland. Nero, I don't know what to say. Who are you again? It matters not a whit what I achieve. Your existence has rendered mine worthless. Even Lord Van Balsar saw fit to offer you a place at his side, and in spite of your betrayal. Did he extend such an offer to me, the man who's remained loyal to him for years? Why, no, he did not. Long have I endured this injustice, but no more. Lord von Balsar is in the midst of activating the fully powered Ultima weapon. It is my magnum opus, the creation that will win me recognition I am due. I will not let anyone interfere. Nero, what are you... Ever since I set foot in this benighted land, I have watched you, every move you've made, every step you've taken. You have felled icons, a feat made possible by the Echo, a peculiar power which shields you from their corrupting influence. It is a little wonder my lord has taken an interest in you. As have I, if truth be told. It is my desire to harness your power for use in the Ultima weapon. So I'm going to summon my hammer, which I specifically placed in the ceiling, because that is presentation! Points if you get it. Okay. Someone go pull him with a ranged attack. And by that I mean a ranged limit break. Oh, we're waiting. Where are you two? What? What? Listen, dying is no oh, right, they can't run back during the cutscene. That's another reason why unskippable cutscenes are a negative. You know what? I think there's only one thing I can do under these circumstances. Looks like pepperoni, green bell peppers, and mushrooms. I mean, that's alright. I'd eat that. Yeah, of course it's only our ranged who died. The only ones who could pull this trick off. This is a legitimate trick, by the way. Ignoring, obviously, speeding up the thing and blah, blah, blah. This is an actual legitimate strategy for this fight. And we'll actually be doing this fight. So, you see that? We're actually going to pull with a limit break. Get a little bit of bonus weapon and energy. And because you see how the limit break bar empties, well, that's how that works. I'm going to go ahead and pull him into a little better position here. Not over in the lightning. So, for those of you not aware, this is an extraordinarily simple fight. He's going to summon adds. Those need to be absolutely primarily focused. And occasionally he does a knockback. That's it. That's the whole fight. As much as I do think Praetorium is not a terribly designed dungeon, here, I'm going to reposition him a little bit. This is a pretty boring boss fight. As is fitting for Nero, I think. I do have to admit, all memes and mockery and joking aside, the crap Nero's had to suffer would be extraordinarily frustrating. Oh yeah, but I should actually talk about this. The ads fling you across the room into the lightning death. And the lightning death actually hurts when you're doing this at level. You can just stand in it when you're in, when you're doing this, you know, in the MSQQ. Yeah, Gaius is playing favorites here. That's actually a good way to put it. And frankly, as much as Gaius has all that charisma and all that forethought, he's kind of a bad leader. We've actually already talked about this when discussing some of his character foibles. Sorry, I keep bouncing around. This is how I usually deal with knockback bosses. Just periodic repositionings. Okay. Now you're probably thinking, why, Lore? Why not just drag him to the same spot and face him the same direction? So FF14 mobs, specifically, have a bit of a thing where they don't like to do that, because they've got a little bit of slippery feet, and they've got a little bit of time delay, and there's an animation delay, and you get what I'm talking about, right? So FF14 mobs, by coincidence, or consequence, they take a little bit longer to position than mobs in, like, Guild Wars 2, for example. In Guild Wars 2, I could just reposition immediately, because they'd immediately follow me. This changes nothing. No, it does change quite a bit. So I want you to pay attention to this scene. Lights went out. Lights come back. He's gone. Never explained. The Ultima weapon is activated, and it brims with the power of icons. Nothing can withstand its might. Like, I mean, I get it, but it's literally just chakong, chakong, and he's gone. Yeah, he Batman's out of there. Yes, I'm alright, Sid. What of Nero? He fled? Damn it. In the instant prior to the blackout, the instruments detected a massive power surge from the deepest chamber. Gaius is certain to be there. You have no time to waste. Yeah, I like personally, I've always enjoyed the idea that Nero is like this right now. Like, he's literally posed on the ceiling, just bracing himself there, waiting for us to leave. Like, come on. Come on, my arms are getting tired. Please go away. Stop talking on your phone. God, leave the room. Anyways, all Sid's saying is that the army is doing pretty well outside, but we're about to go into a place that has so much magic bathed through it that it's going to interfere with our comms. Nero? Hang on. You up there? I can't. Oh my god! I can't look up! I literally cannot look straight up. Look at it. This is as high up as I can go. I knew it! He really is on the ceiling. That's great. He knew! He knew our 1 week. He's been watching us this whole time, right? So yes, we're about to finally have voice acting again. So I can shut up for a bit.
Look for the lips control panel. It'll be somewhere nearby. Take the lid down, and you should find yourself in the chamber of the Ultima weapon.
Yeah, we actually look like an FF party. I'm sorry to gush about it again. It's nice. It's nice for a change. It really is.
Keep your eyes peeled. Gaius could be waiting for you down there. Oh, and don't even think about dying. You're too bloody useful.
I am bloody useful.
This is getting worse. I don't think the connection's lost much.
Hi, Gaius.
Tell me, for whom do you fight?
Tataru!
How very glib. And do you believe in Eorzea?
No. It's a mess.
Eorzea's unity is forged of falsehoods. Its city-states are built on deceit. And its faith is an instrument of deception. It is not but a cobweb of lies. To believe in Eorzea is to believe in nothing.
You see why I wanted this suit for this, by the way?
The beast tribes often summon gods to fight in their stead, though your comrades only rarely respond in kind. Which is strange, is it not? Are the 12 otherwise engaged? I was given to understand they were your protectors. If you truly believe them your guardians, why do you not repeat the trick that served you so well in Cartano and call them down? They will answer. so long as you lavish them with crystals and gorge them on ether. Your gods are no different from those of the beasts. Icons, every one. Except for this, and you will see how Eorzea's faith is bleeding the land dry. Nor is this unknown to your masters, which prompts the question, why do they cling to these false deities? What drives even men of learning, even the great Louis Swan, to grovel at their feet? The answer? Your masters lack the strength to do otherwise. For the world of man to mean anything, man must own the world. To this end, he hath fought ever to raise himself through conflict, to grow rich through conquest. And when the dust of battle settles, it is ever the strong who dictate the fate of the weak.
Do they ever explain this? I actually don't remember.
When a single path is open to the infinite ruler, that of false worship, a path which leads to innovation and death. Only a man of power can rightly steer the course of civilization. And in this land of creeping mendacity, that one truth will prove its salvation. Come, champion of Eorzea, face me. Your defeat shall serve as proof of my readiness to rule. It is only right that I should take your realm, but none among you has the power to stop me.
Wow, she's right. It only took a few heated skirmishes for the Allied city-states, with the Allied city-states for Garlemald to realize the magics wielded by the realm's mages were too much for even the thickest of Magitech armor plating. Alloyed gilding has since been discovered to dampen the effects of elemental charges, and is now standard issue. Huh. How does he do that on the fly? Does he just spray a bunch of... Okay, whatever. To answer Elizar's question, no, this is Richard Epcar, which is probably why you recognize him. He's in a lot of stuff. But he is not the person who voices Arcturus Mengs. I don't even remember his name. He's great, but I don't remember his name right now. He was like, you're not the only one who can switch classes on the fly. Oh yeah, by the way, I actually completely agree with him with everything he just said with regards to the 12. And that's because he's actually right. The 12, like Ifrit, like Garuda, don't actually exist. Whoop, 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 whoop. So you gonna come out of there, buddy? There we go. I mean, there's literally a thing in lore about... Oh my god. What did he just do? I didn't even see it. So, one of the mechanics I do actually know about this is that, if he doesn't have his current target in melee range, he just spams shoot. I don't know what else he's doing, but that's the only mechanic I actually remember about this guy, honestly. Usually we killed him about 15 minutes ago. That's why he teleports around, because he's trying to get to the point where he can do more shoots. Alright, yep, there's another one. He likes to do that little attack too. See that X? I remember this one. And it'll go that way, see it? There's no telegraph, but you can see where it's going pretty obviously. By the way they're facing. So let's reposition a little bit here. Just a little... Nope, okay, no repositioning. Good lord, this guy. There we go. Now you're where I want you to be. Let's start hitting some buttons again, shall we? Oh, of course you will.
Come,
If you stay in that, it's a dot. That's why we're not. You'll notice this is also another way in which he can do that. I think I can trick him into thinking I'm in melee. Yeah, there we go, there we go. Coming out, boy. Nope, 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 come on. Come on. Over here. Come on. You can do it. There we go. We're good. Yeah, me too, Robostal.
I had not thought to be so hard-pressed. Your strength is most impressive. Such power befits a ruler.
That's what I've been trying to say.
Yet, you lack the resolve to put it to proper use. A waste.
Are we just gonna watch him? Are we just... We're just... Okay, cool. I mean, yeah, Robostal. So... This fight in normal rope mode is pretty easy, but we're going to have to dodge a lot of stuff, so I expect everyone to be paying attention to all the Titan, Ifrit, and Garuda mechanics, which will be scattered across the area. Do we have 3 Vieira in this group? No, just 2. Okay. Am I the only Elizon? Nobody plays Elizon.
Allow me, then, hero, to do that which you will not.
No, Rax is Hure. So, 8...
Witness to the true power of the Ultima weapon.
8 people versus a giant mecha tank. Sure. I'll go ahead and main this one. And the next one. And the one after that. Yeah, don't do much. In fact, nobody should be doing any damage unless you're building, other than me. I actually have a hard time holding aggro in this phase because of how little damage I'm doing. And I need to hold aggro off the healers. Look. Oh, okay, never mind. Just everyone live, build, dodge. For those of you in chat wondering why, he is buffed right now. See, I've already lost aggro. Just pull that back there. There we go. And maybe lose it immediately. Oh, I think we got it. Okay, we actually got it. No, he has an aggro table. He usually aggroes the healers in this phase. Unless the tank knows what they're doing. Now you can hit him. Burn him down. I gotta actually start gathering stuff. Ooh. Yeah, I was gonna say, look at his health, chat. He's not that low yet. Hey, Walker. Okay. Okay, that's a thing that happened. And I'm out of buttons. Yeah, I was out of buttons. My way up to the second slot here. I should say nice. Whoops. Whatever. Good news is we're in phase 2. I also think I'm second in aggro, so that's good. After we finish this, do me a favor. Remind me to talk about sinking and minimum eye level. We're getting roasted. Yeah, I saw the James Harper thing. You said it twice, even. So yeah, I was second in threat, as designed. Yeah, DPS, remember to be using your healing buttons. I know you have them. You need to do everything you can to lift some of the burden off of the healers. They are barely keeping up, and that's not a slight. There's just a lot of damage going around. Hey, a sub. I see it, Elizar. You'll forgive me. I'm a little distracted and busy right now, though. But I will acknowledge it later, I swear. Yep, nope. I was out of buttons. As soon as I ran out of buttons, that was the end of it. Mr. Red, you need to be hitting every cooldown right now. Do not res me. Do not waste the mana. Keep everyone up. That's a wipe, though. 9% is not bad. I mean, I may never Elizar. And that's gonna nuke. Yep, there we go. That is a wipe. I can acknowledge you now. Thank you, Elizar, for the second sub. Much appreciated. Thank you. Do you know what you'd like to put it towards? I know what you want to put it towards. Disciples Gold. Alright. No, I don't think Twitch is going to let it go through. That's... If you haven't gotten a button, then it's probably not actually there. In my experience, that's how that works. Something probably screwed up somewhere. Because you notice the second one went through just fine. So yes, everyone please watch your feet. Please try to hit your own live buttons, your own heals. Remember, under, I think it's roll, you should have something, all the DPS should have, I don't know what it's called, I don't know any of the names. It's a white-blue icon. That's a heal. You should, the melees should also have something to let you heal from doing damage. And yes, save the limit breaks. So remember what I talked about, how you need to be dynamic on how you use limit breaks? In this case, I would say go ahead and hold off on using limit breaks. Save it for the healers and or tanks for this particular fight. Unless the boss is at 5% and you're a DPS, in which case use it. As always, use your brain when it comes to limit breaks. You got it, Elizar. Thank you again. In here. I guess I do actually have invuln at this level. I honestly forgot about that because I tend to forget that I have it at 50. Hit F5, Savacom. If you're getting some warbling. Oh yeah, Rye, if you're listening, if you could pop a Eucrasian AoE on all of us before each of those big unavoidables, that's probably going to help a lot. I know there's a lot to keep track of. If you can do that, though, that's going to help people stay up. By the way, the next version of this boss is harder than this. Please look forward to it. Alright, 3, 2, 1. I don't remember the command. Let's go ahead and get a couple things off here. Make sure I've got some live buttons. And then we're just going to try to hold aggro for a second. One damage. Whatever, it's something. I suppose I could talk this out. The reason I'm holding him in this very specific spot is that way I, as well as everyone else, have a pretty good chance to move both in and out. You'll notice a lot of his attacks, there we go. A lot of his attacks actually hit the outside area, and then the inside area, and then the outside area, and then I lose aggro to Mr. Red immediately. Because he just went hard, as he should. Make sure you get a refund, Alizar. You're fine, Mr. Ed. That is my fault, not yours. That drop, I'm gonna pop that. Shuffle in, wait for the snapshot, shuffle right back out. So Geo Crush is an AoE, but there's actually a much bigger one coming. Should be in a few seconds here. We're gonna pop that. That's the big one. Vulcan Burst. No, that's not it, is it? I don't remember if there's actually a tell for his big ones. There it is. That's going to be a big one. Like that. Interesting. Just go ahead and let it wipe. Go ahead and let it wipe. Turn your back to the boss. No, I'm not even gonna accept that. Just let it fall. We're way too far behind. Don't worry, Elizar, I'll remember. I can prove that. I remember just now, before you even told me, right? It may take me a few seconds to remember, because I have a lot of people to keep track of. But I did remember. Yeah, can we put on our gear? We can. So, let's do me a favor. Our DPSs, look at your accessories for a second. Because, I think, yeah, I was gonna say, several of them have vitality on them, right? Do me a favor, put, like, all your necklaces on. Just the necklaces. I'll do it, too. That's not a necklace. Which game have I heard of, Elizar? I'm pretty sure I've heard of a game from Canada, but I can't think of it off the top of my head. So I'll go ahead and say this out loud. Don't rely on me for calls. Obviously, there's going to be a bit of a delay. More to the point, every time he's like, I'm going to do a big attack, you'll see a nice big cast bar on the boss. And he'll usually say something. You can usually hear Gaius say, die in a fire. He said, yield to the storm in that case. That's your call out. That's the I'm about to do an unavoidable. I've never even heard of it, other than the fact that I got it working, Elizar, when you asked me to add it to the list. God damn it. If you're hearing distorted music, refresh the stream. Second. There we go. Get my combo finisher in there immediately this time. Astra just straight up took that. And yeah, get ready to use the big heal. Big shields. Take that back. Doing good. There's going to be another big AoE, probably in about 30 or so seconds from when you're hearing this. You'll hear him call it out. So listen to him, not me. A little too far out here. Completely off in my timing. Sorry about that. He is going to do another big AoE. You do need to watch for it. There it is. Job. Yep, there's gonna be one last one. One more big one. It'll be the Ifrit one. Big hit's gonna come pretty soon. Get ready for it. Unless we push him first. We might. I think we actually got it. Good job, everyone.
But the Ultima weapon is all-powerful. Why does my enemy still stand? Can his strength truly be so great?
It is the blessing of light that confounds you.
So as a reminder, the next fight is harder than that.
La Brea.
Your foe acts under the protection of the crystal he bears.
So, this is what empowers him.
beyond mortal limits. If you are to prevail, the hammer of darkness must needs be brought to bear upon the shield of light. And so it shall, for the Ultima weapon is host to a power of which you are as yet ignorant.
Speak plainly, Ascian.
The heart of Sabik. It is the weapon's core, an enigma whose surface even the vaunted scholars of ancient Alec failed to scratch. The magic within has lain dormant for eons.
Of what magic do you speak?
A spell without parallel. Ultima. I sought the life force of the primals for no other reason but to quicken the core. For the true power of the Ultima weapon lies within its now beating heart.
La Habrea, what have you done?
No more than was necessary for my god to be reborn.
Damn you, Ascian.
The hour is at hand. Behold but a sliver of my god's power. From the deepest pit of the seven hells to the very pinnacle of the heavens, the world shall tremble. Unleash Ultima!
Such devastation! This was not my intention!
Oh, Hydaelyn. It seems the task of keeping your champion alive has exhausted what strength you had left. Van Belsar, your enemy's shield is broken. The rest I leave to you.
We will speak later, Ascian. But first, I must deal with you. The question of who is mightier remains. Come, adventurer. Let us find the answer together.
So, that means how many people have put money towards that particular game, Elizar. The way this is going to work out is there's going to be some ads. The ranged, primarily, and the melee, if necessary, need to be focusing those ads down. Those bits will absolutely shred us doing this at min level if we don't deal with them. We cannot just heal through them. Every now and again, you're going to see what I believe is the actual first implementation of the proximity shot. So the way the proximity shot works, I forget what they actually call it, is there's going to be a big ol', like there's a red spot, and there's going to be a boing, boing, boing coming out of it. And that boing, boing, boing will do more damage the closer you are to it. Oh, it's just called the proximity marker, okay. Be as far away from that as you can. Remember, our healers are going to be struggling to keep you up. There is going to be a lot of damage floating around in this fight. There's going to be a lot of stuff to dodge, too. You're going to see the little green stuff on the ground. Make sure you get out of that. Otherwise, this fight does have an enrage timer. And yeah, we're going to save Melee Limit Break 2, actually, for the enrage at the end. So do not pop Limit Break. I'm just going to trust Rax to know when to use that. Ready check. This is one of the few fights I've actually wiped on in the MSQQ. A little more angled. There we go. That should be good. Bits are up. For the viewers at home, in the off chance you haven't seen this fight, he spawns bits at the outside of the fight. And they just target people and shoot beams that hit across the whole area. And he just keeps summoning those. If you let them get out of control, this is just blue. Oh, there's our first proximity hit. If you're paying attention, yes, that was actually an airship coming crashing down, which was, in fact, the proximity thing. So, everyone who is too close to that, that's why you are currently dead. I'm actually going to position a little bit. Just a bit. Help out with the bits. There we go. Try to reduce some of the damage people are taking. I actually like this song better than the last one, personally. They're both good. Healers, I'm going to do a mana break. For about 10 seconds. I'm gonna move from that one. Pop this, because that's gonna hurt. Okay, we're okay. Barely alive! Ah, I'm down. Don't waste mana resing me. Get the other healer up if you can. This is probably a wipe, but if you can get Fife up there, you might be able to pull this. That's too much. The problem there was we had an unavoidable big ol' AoE hit. That is correct. 56 people have donated money individually for WoW BC. I don't understand your second question, I'm afraid. And yeah, no, there's no tank swamp in this form. I actually checked, because I knew we'd be getting into this. Mr. Red is here as a blue DPS for this fight, which is why he is the off tank, because he does better DPS than I do. I don't understand why One-Winged Angel. Do you mind explaining? Oh, no, I think I get why you're saying that. Alright, I can do that. Yeah, it's in case there's a proximity that's next to the boss, you can position better. I get it. I get it. The reasoning I was holding him on the edge is the usual reason I hold bosses on the edge. Holding a boss on the edge, for those of you who are not aware, are pretty much helps to negate a good portion of their attacks, because like their big AoEs or their line attacks some of them will just go straight off the map. They'll go outside the edge, and therefore you don't have to deal with them right. And of course, with them bosses on the edge, the people who are doing positionals have a better chance of, an easier chance of seeing him. Yada 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 yada. Everything's all grouped up. But with something like the proximities here, I agree. I'll go ahead and pull him in the middle. Yeah, the proximity attacks are probably the biggest problem here. He does do an unavoidable. You saw it. It's the one that effectively wiped us. But he doesn't do that nearly as often as his other form. I'm going to pull him and turn him. Switch to bit duty for a moment and focus on Mr. Red, since he's got the main target. Whoop! Okay. I wasn't ready for that. It's on me. That's okay. I was second aggro. I was ready for it. I'm gonna slowly spin him here and try to get him back to the middle. It's slower than last time. What are you doing, Gaius? Oh, you're beaming! It's like, you're not even looking at me, buddy! I hate it when mobs do that. Big hit coming. Pop this. Good job. Oh, maybe not. Big hit. Careful. Oh, God. Interesting timing, Zero. And I'm out. Yep. I was out of buttons. About to say, don't res me. It's actually a waste of mana at this point. I'll eat that. Big hit. This is gonna hurt. That's probably a wipe, yeah. Even if we push him, we have a hardened rage we're about to trigger here. Yep, there it is. Res Rax? Res Rax. Right now. Everyone else, DPS. Don't heal. Don't heal. Just DPS. Oh, good job. Good job, everyone.
No!
GG.
Heed me. The subjects of a weak ruler must needs look to a higher power for providence, and their dependence comes at a cost to the realm. The misguided elevate the frail, and the frail lead the people astray. Unless a man of power wrests control, the cycle will never be broken. You of all people must see the truth in this. You who have the strength to rule.
Yes, I saw the question, Elizar. Thank you for watching my show, Valerian. I put that towards the FF6 Pixel Remaster. So, yeah, that was the hard fight. I kind of warned you about that one. This next one is going to be substantially easier than either of the fights we just did. But don't slack off. It's just, this is a victory lap.
Pathetic. You boasted of unrivaled power. You were entrusted with the ultimate weapon. The ultimate magic. And still, you failed. So much for the glory of man.
I mean, I can raid lead, I just haven't in a while.
The growing imbalance afflicting the planet must be redressed. If it is permitted to worsen, the very laws of existence, both etheric and physical, will be warped beyond all recognition. Know you the root of this corruption? Hydaelyn.
Dun dun dun.
Like a parasite, she must be burned out if the planet is to recover. And naught but the return of the one true god will ensure her complete excision. Yet, to pave the way for the Master's return, a chaotic confluence of untold proportions must needs be brought about. And that will necessitate the presence of the primals. Needless to say, both you and your scion accomplices cannot be suffered to interfere in this endeavor. You will not leave this place alive. It is past time your flame was extinguished, bringer of light.
I love this helmet, Bella. Screw you. Okay, so this fight's very complicated, okay? Don't stand in the fire, and he's gonna do periodic knockbacks. Oh, also people are dead, so we should probably fix that. Hey, get up. Kick. 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 Get up. Kick. 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 Why aren't you alive! Okay, so we're gonna take a moment here. Regen happen. Everyone get nice and ready. Think fast! There's that knockback. Fire. Pretty obvious. Yeah, notice even with us synced down, his health bar is just going away. Normally he'd be dead by now when actually doing the MSQQ. When he knocks back to me again, I'm just gonna let it. I should remember what Shadow Flare does. Ah, okay. It's a big hit. Got it. Let's go ahead and move me over here. Are you gonna... He's just gonna stand there. Of course he's just gonna stand there. Why wouldn't he? What a dick.
Cannot be undone. Get on.
So, there is another point, which I will mention later, Thicket, which will be coming up in Heavensward, where you can argue we have officially become the Star Destroyer. It is my opinion that we have become the Star Destroyer as of now, having taken down the Ultima weapon twice. Here's a cutscene I haven't seen in a while.
If thou wouldst pierce the shadows, make thee a blade of light.
I mean, honestly, my own sword and shield look better, but...
What?
Sorry. You can barely see Sid behind me. I'm too tall. Okay, I get the point. FF6 did this better. Frankly, FF14 will do this better later.
They are too many.
Like, I do enjoy this type of cutscene. Cooperation, coordination. The group accomplishes what the one cannot, blah, 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 blah. I've always liked that type of thing. But you have to do it right, game. As I say, most of those people, we're not even friends with them. Where's the rest of my party members? Who would have actually been, you know, my friends, who are my power. Except for Mr. Red. Oh, we did it! Woo! Good job, everyone, for real. That, I wasn't 100% sure we could do that. We always had the option, of course, of just doing it the normal way and smashing it like a bug. But that was actually quite satisfying. Now, of course, we have to review. Alright. So, on the gameplay axis, I would say we're definitely more good than not. There were a couple of moments, but we had a pretty decent Hyper Beam moment. We had a couple of decent boss designs, and we had 2 legitimately excellent boss designs. Even though this is an outro, I would say that's a plus on the gameplay axis. Where's our gameplay? Where's our gameplay? Here we go. Excuse me. Ah yes, level syncing. I'll write that down. Thank you for reminding me. I forgot to write it down last time, because I was a little busy. I'm afraid I cannot, Eleazar. I can, however, look at my question queue, which has about 30 questions from various people over the last couple of hours, and eventually answer it, but I cannot answer it right now, no. What is with Twitch today? Anybody who's getting weird audio, just hit F5. Story axis. I don't like it on the story axis. I know that sounds strange, but the harsh problem and reality of this dungeon is, while it's not terrible, it's not great. You see what it's going for, and it doesn't really know what it's doing. It's having the same presentation issue a lot of ARR has had. The Thancred thing comes out of nowhere. There's a huge amount of cutscenes where we just sit and watch them yammer on while doing nothing about it, which is straight up cutscene incompetence. And this should feel like an awesome moment in lore, and it doesn't. And I hate to do this, but I am going to go ahead and give a negative to the Praetorium. Yeah, that last cutscene is just what? And again, I like the power of friendship trope. I do! This very game will do that trope so much better later on. Bleeded, yeah. So, plus to gameplay, color me shocked. Negative to story. Thank you everyone for joining me. Mr. Red Fife, I believe. I know that's Rye. Reximus, Jordan, Zira. And I definitely don't have to look up this one. Pretzel. Thank you all of you for joining me for this and making this happen. We are going to try to do several other things minimum level. In fact, we're going to try to do most things minimum level. Including coils, by the way. However, this was the only one I was committing to, if that makes any sense. So we're going to make several attempts, and if we feel like it's falling apart, we're going to go ahead and just smash it. But we are going to be making attempts at minimum level for anybody who wants to join me for any of the future raids that we'll be doing, including Coils, Alexander, and pretty much everything except for the Alliance raids. We can't do the Alliance raids as anything other than the normal raid. We don't have 24 people. So. Which is fine, honestly. The Alliance raids are kind of long anyways. Well, we did it. Time to die, I guess. Betsy! Who's a good girl? I am so happy to see you. You know, Gaius is like, wow, I done screwed up, didn't I?
And so my conquest ends, Cid. In smoke and ashes.
Yes, this after finishing this quest is when you get that mount, I think. Pretty sure. And so it ends, as I always knew it must, in darkness.
Feel. Think. Warrior of light, beloved son. The darkness hath fled before the unclosed brilliance of thy spirit. Yet it lingereth still beyond the sight of men, in forgotten corners of the world. In the depths of the abyss yet resideth the Dark One, watchful ever, till this evil be cast out. Never shall the world know aught but a passing peace. Yet for the present, a gentle light shineth o'er the realm of Eorzea. With thee at its heart. From sparkling moat shall it swell to glorious sun, and all the world shall bask in its warmth. Blessings and joy be upon thee. Go forth, my child, and be as a beacon of hope for Eorzea and the lands beyond through all the days of thy life.
I always find myself wondering what the normal people were thinking when they saw Ultima go off.
All Twin Adder units have fallen back to the outer perimeter.
The Flames have completed their withdrawal, General.
Admiral, all hands accounted for.
Yeah, exactly, Pillars of Snow.
He's still in there.
Cid, has there been no word?
Yeah, we're dead, by the way.
Nothing. Nothing at all.
But it's okay, because we know a necromancer. That's why I did the Palace of the Dead before this, so you'd introduce the necromancer who reses us right here. So we're going to be a lich for the rest of the game.
I know he is. Ida is right. We must have faith.
Cid, can they not be evacuated aboard the Enterprise?
Oh god, yeah, Edda just shows up. I gotcha.
That adventurer and the scions are as the warriors of light reborn. We cannot abandon them to their fate. Not again.
I wholeheartedly agree, but flying into the midst of that would only add to the fireworks.
There must be something we can do.
Please, Mother Hydaelyn. Please light his way through the darkness.
Look into the light, my child. If thou would see thy companions return safe to thee, reach out to them now.
There!
What, Ishtola, Jordan? Okay, I can live with that. Yes, our true friend, the one individual who could save us from this conflagration while everyone else was just worried and scared, was freaking Betsy.
Yay!
That's not even a joke.
Yes, the hero returns.
MVP.
Thancred is with him!
Thank the 12!
Thank Hydaelyn. Welcome home.
Yeah, she's not doing so hot. Sid, you're gonna repair the snot out of this mech, okay? But it'll be expensive. They'll foot the bill. I'm going to Costa del Sol for a month.
You almost got us killed that one time, remember?
Now, we both know that was your fault.
Thank the 12 we're safe.
Mind your horse.
By the way, this is the first of 2 credits for ARR. The second one is much longer.
Though the crystal that bound Thancred is no more, I doubt we can say the same of La Habrea. And even if we could, we know that he is not alone. Confounded Ascians. Their god may be unknown to us, but their zeal is unquestionable.
By the way, Uematsu is great, but Soken...
Suffice it to say, it would be folly to assume that they no longer pose a threat. Nevertheless...
Yeah, Soken is legit. Just all the praise. Really.
For now, we must savor what peace we have won, however ephemeral.
I'd never even heard of him until 14.
Grandfather, our first step towards realizing the dream for which you gave your life.
That's a good question. I actually don't know what he's done before this. I know he, like Shimamura, actually did study under Uematsu. It's one of the reasons why their styles are so similar if you analyze them.
Friends, the dread night of Imperial tyranny and Ascian machination is ended. A new day now begins in Eorzea.
True to their name, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn, along with our champion, have delivered us from darkness.
Let their shared victory serve to remind us of our shared history. And let their bravery in the face of adversity inspire future generations.
Doubt not, the realm will need bravery in the days to come. Old rifts threaten to divide us within our walls, while hordes of beastmen claw at our gates. And though the Black Wolf be slain, the rest of the pack remains. Yet no foe need we fear, so long as we stand as one.
Next arc, the 3 city-states break up.
Scions stand for peace.
So long as our champion stands fast. For there exists no adversity over which we may not jointly prevail.
No longer can we turn a blind eye to the suffering of our allies.
No nation stands alone. If one should fall, so shall we all.
So say we
Eorzea
all.
is our shared home. For any one of us to know peace, so too must our neighbor.
Just as we join in solidarity before you this day, so too shall our grand companies be joined henceforth to strive not only for the good of mere nations, but for the good of all the realm.
Change will not come overnight. Yet I foresee a day, not so very far from now, when the lines that divide our lands fade, and all of Eorzea is one.
It has been but 5 short years since the Battle of Cartano. 5 years since the advent of the 7th Umbral Era. No victory, however sweet, can wash away our bitter sorrows. No triumph can reclaim those we lost. Yet do not presume you honor them by dwelling on the past. It was not the past they fought for. You would repay their sacrifice by looking to the future.
A future united, as the warriors of light united in the champion.
Now is the time for us to rise as one, bearing all of Eorzea on our shoulders.
5 years ago, Eorzea bore witness to the end of the 6th Astral Era. Now, the 7th Umbral Era draws to a close, yet we come together not to glory in its end, but to mark a new beginning.
Let it be writ that on this day, by the light of the crystal, Eorzea ushered in a new era. The 7th Astral Era is come, and thus is ours a realm reborn.
Roll credits. Oh, wait. Thancred! Holy crap. Yeah, ignore that giant airship in the background. Yeah, this is the shortest Umbral Era I believe they've ever had. 5 years. So then there's going to be a really long credit sequence here. Really quick, I do want to say something about the music thing. To be clear, Soken is awesome, and I do mean just awesome. But one of the weirdest pieces of praise I could offer him is he understands Uematsu's songs well enough to remix them. Thousands of people have remixed Uematsu's songs over the years, both personal and otherwise, including me. Soken does something with them. And we've already shown a couple examples of this. We will show other examples of this in the future. He does some good damn work. So, yes, we are skipping this 2-hour credits. What? We're skipping this one too. Oh, hang on. I do want to show this a little bit. This is cool that they did this. This is cool that I have no idea, Lizard. This is cool they did this. These are the people from 1.0. I think, pretty sure. And if this is the group I think it is, my name is not in here. I gave up on 1.0. The main reason I think this is cool is because in many ways the only reason ARR was capable of happening was because people were actually playing 1.0 during the overhaul, while they were doing the final patches, while Dalamud was descending, yada yada yada, right? If my name was in here, it'd be in the T's, by the way, if you're wondering. Where's you, Rex? I guess it doesn't matter. Probably under the T's as well. What do we got down here? And we can bounce around, by the way. Yeah, Tiamat Leviathan was my standard character name back then. Yes, Tiamat, not Tiamat. Different thing. So, that would have been the username I would have been using back then. But, alas, it's not in. vein light. And that's the only vein. But, yeah, no, so. This is cool. Can't credit the game for it. But it's cool. Let's skip this one, too. There's a lot of these, okay? Or skip this one, too. No, I'm joking, I'm joking. Yep, we're getting the rest of the lore run is just skipping all the cutscenes. I hope you're all okay with that. Well, hello there. Beautiful. Yeah, there's always a post-credit scene. To my knowledge, they were literally inspired by the MCU for this. Like, I've heard interviews about that.
What is it?
Don't worry about it.
What was that?
That roar. It can't be.
Did you hear that?
There's no time to spare.
Where is it coming from?
Alright, Ishtola, I need to tell you everything, according to Jordan.
Dread tidings, chaos and carnage! It is an abomination! A primal has awakened!
So, who wants to do coils now? Because this is the best time for it, in my opinion. And I was hoping to do it now, since we would already have the group there, at least some of the group. And it is a perfect follow-through on what we just did. But if people aren't down, we can push it back. We don't have to do it right now. But as you can see, well, Bahamut is literally being talked about right now.
One Azaz moves da.
Fanzar lok paiki hads aldorn zur.
We can do it tomorrow.
We next starve Chemuv. They only cause the po.
You know what? Blah, 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 blah. Get off my screen. Go away, La Habrea.
Alpha Post.
If we do it tomorrow, is it better to do it in the first shift or the second shift? Who's Zodiark? Yeah. Is it better to do during the first shift or the second shift tomorrow? If we do it tomorrow. And thus did dawn break on a realm reborn. But where there is light, there is always shadow. And that shadow is Tatar. No, yeah, no. Primals actually sounds like a better idea. Let's go ahead and do this. I have taken some inventory damage. Hey, everyone. Oh, hey, look. It's the 3 merchants. Yes, check it out, by the way. There's actually 3 of them. Come a long way since I first saw you around the Waking Sands. Sure gave them, what, 4? I reckon a lot more folk will take up adventuring after hearing what you did. I don't actually remember who you are. Like, I actually don't remember who you are. Hey, Arenvald! He lived! Check it out, he lived. This is definitely a surprise to me, the lore runner. But still, he's one of the only survivors of that group. We held a vigil at the church until word came of your success. It's actually kind of sweet of you. I think we can all do with a good rest, huh? I still haven't had time to process what happened with Nero and Gaius. Whip! Biggs! Watching you live the life of watching you live the life of a free adventurer has helped me realize I can't keep putting off my dreams forever. I've been talking with Wedge about opening a workshop independent of Garland Ironworks. Maybe in Vilbrand? I don't know. Working with the chief is great and all, but someday I want to build my own enterprise, you know? You're an inspiration to us all, an honest-to-God's hero that never gives up, never gives in, and neither I. I will win Tataru's heart. Narrator. He never wins Tataru's heart. So we gotta talk to our one true love here first, even though she's, like, 2 heads shorter than us. Welcome back. We all prayed for your safe return. The 7th astral era has dawned, setting in motion a myriad of new beginnings. The land of my master, shelter from things are cool. Let me just summarize. Thagrid! I realize I've been the cause of tremendous consternation, and for that I deeply apologize. But new era's begun. Good thing. Go talk to Minfilia. We're in an epic. Everything's cool. Talk to Minfilia. Alphino. Where men go as one, there is life, and where there is life, there is cause to hope. I only wish my grandfather here to see this. I'm Minfilia. Whoever you are. Minfilbot? Arobophilia. I don't know, I feel like Minfibot feels better. Hello, bot. Engage. Happiness protocol. Yep. It's Bahamut. Yep, Bahamut's back. Cool. Please continue to stand with us. Okay. I mean, if I have to. So due to the nature of this, I can't show off a flying unlocked. Wow. I can't show off some of the specifics of the narrative, but that's okay. I can still show off a decent amount of stuff. Get the hell out of this place, first of all. So, let's look at our list. I was kind of hoping to smash through some dungeons, but while we have groups, we do have to do Ifrit hard, Garuda hard, Titan hard, and, well, that's the main bundle. Let me double check something here. I'm pretty sure that I'm right. Yes. Because the other things are part of the MSQ 2.0, or 2.1, rather. I just wanted to verify. I can take whatever for these. I was going to take my tank, but I don't have to. Yeah, Odin... I don't promise to do Odin, and that's going to be my answer to that one. I would like to do Ultima. I don't promise to do that one either. Yeah, if you're going to be a minute zero, I can try to show off something else quickish. Because technically, now we enter the... Let's go cover... Oh, hey. Let's go cover all of the... Filler's the wrong word. There's a lot of content. And I always plan to do MSQ up to this point. I was planning to do Coils next, but we can save that. I'm not going to do Crystal Tower anytime soon. I want to push that a little bit back, too. Instead, I intend to cover a huge amount of the in-between stuff. The Crafter quests up to 50, the Gatherer quest up to 50. We're going to show off the Beast Tribes a little bit. We're going to show off the class quests up to 50. We're going to show off all the side quests per zone. We're going to show off all the hard fights, all the optional dungeons. Catboys suck. And I think that's it. Oh, Hildebrand. We got to do Hildebrand at some point. Zero says it's only going to be 5 minutes. That's just not enough time to do anything. Let's see here. Let's talk. So, there's a few concepts that I was going to talk about. Who is blocking the way? Oh, it's 5. Listen, Bella, we all know that they're the best. No! Get out of my room! No, I'm just kidding. So yeah, now let's go ahead and talk. We do have a few concepts to wrap up here. So, story narrative. Now, I never actually gave the pacing negative. I think having gone through the MSQ, let's just go ahead and give a pacing negative. I was actually thinking about giving a separate negative to Livia and the Thancred twist, but I feel like I kind of already covered that with the negative I did give. So I don't think we need to add that. Story. We already have covered that. We already covered that. Scroll down a little bit. We're not at the banquet yet. There's 2 gameplay mechanics I want to discuss a little bit. We already talked about one of them, the res mechanic. Now, I don't think we can literally show this off right now, but there's a mechanic, we've actually talked about this briefly, where if I die, thunk, and I'm on the ground. Wait, hang on, let me get to the right class. Okay, so I die as a dragoon. Thunk. And having said died, someone can res me. If they res me, I have, I believe, a minute debuff, which prevents me from doing as much damage during the portion of that time. And res costs, I think it's 2,000 mana. I gotta actually check that really quick. 2,400 mana. Double checking that it's universal. Yep, it is. Which is, that's actually a big chunk of change. That's almost a quarter of your overall mana pool to res someone. This is it 5 minutes? I thought it was 1 minute. Someone correct me on this, because usually the fight is over by the time the debuff goes away. Or we wipe and try again. Anyways, so the whole point here is that, in my opinion, just like the Vuln mechanic, I think this is a good non-binary gradient way to have a penalty for failure. You die, but that's not the end. You can be brought back up. The healers can res you. It is costly. It costs them a quarter of their mana to do it. And the cast time on res, I can't demonstrate it, but I can show you right there. It's a freaking 7.75 second cast. It's a nice, big delay. It takes forever to cast, unless you're a red mage, or you pop your swift cast on it, which is a 1 minute cooldown. So, it's a nice, good mechanic. It allows you to recover. It makes it so that a death... One of the biggest problems that many MMOs have, including WoW, is you hit to a point where you snowball to death, right? Like, one person dies and then the group just falls apart. You know what I mean? WoW has its own different ways of trying to handle this, and honestly, I think it does a worse job than FF14 on this particular front. But the other thing that usually has this snowball mechanic is most JRPGs I've ever played, single-player JRPGs. There's something I've referred to called the res loop. How many of you have played any FF game where it's like, they're dead, Phoenix down, and they get up with hardly any health, and then they get hit by the boss and they go back down again. Or someone else gets hit and they get back down, so you res them, and then they go back down, and then you res them, and you just get stuck in this, right? Yeah, it's a snowball. And that is one of the reasons why I like this. It is still a penalty for failure. Death is not free. However, it is a gradient penalty for failure, and it helps to prevent that. In fact, I'd say, honestly, at least 9 times out of 10, if someone goes down, that's not the end of the group. And that's awesome. I don't even have to prove that, because we just did that right earlier when we were fighting the Ultima fights, right? And yeah, Golbez in FF4, especially the DS version when he's actually hard, that is totally a situation where you can snowball down. So, I do like it. I do think it's a good mechanic and a good system. The res mechanic itself gets a plus. Wait, where's an Elizon? Where? I don't see it. Oh my god, there is! Holy crap! There's one other Elizon player in the... By the way, no joke, Elizons are like, I think, 8% of the played races. Nobody plays Elizons. I don't think ARR deserves that, to be honest, Rex, and you know why. So, we'll circle back around to that. In fact, I'll even jot it down under Heaven's Word right now. Yeah, that's another thing. The other benefit of the res mechanic. How many of you have died in an MMO and then just been like, well, there's nothing to do. You stop playing the game. Now, I get it, but you get the problem with that. If death is just the end of it, it's like, oh, well, okay. So I'll go grab a book or something, maybe fix dinner, because I'm dead. My job in the fight is over. So, another thing I wanted to talk about with regards to a potential positive. I don't know how to describe this in one sentence, so instead I'm just going to say, the ability to enjoy content as it was intended. A combination of minimum eye level and wearing gear differently and queuing to stuff and blah 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 blah. It's fully optional, you don't have to do it, but for those of us who want to experience the Ultima fight at level, we can. We did, and that's awesome. Now, if you're wondering why this is a positive, in addition to being this kind of cool, there's also the fact that this actually takes systems to support it. There are options and toggles and mechanics in the game that allow us to do this. To use the obvious not the obvious counterexample, the obvious example to showcase what this is like elsewise, WoW has nothing like that. If you want to experience Molten Core at level correctly, you will have to put in a fairly substantial amount of manual effort into doing that. Here, you have a freaking button that you could press in the system. It's more like 3 buttons, but whatever, you get the idea. I wasn't even going to bring that up, Monobrent, because that also applies to FF14, if you're thinking about it. Several of the classes we were playing didn't exist. We had a samurai and a dancer in that party for Ultima. Oh, and a Dark Knight. So... And a sage, yep, sorry, we actually had a sage, too. That would not be a negative, no, FML word. That would be a negative to the player base, not to that. So while we wait for Zero, so we've talked those 2 positives and negatives up. Let me update the HUD really quick, because I haven't been for a little bit on purpose. Because I'm not going to add every single... But there's a lot of pluses and minuses going on. I'm not updating it every few seconds. Okay, so we're up to 22 on the story axis on positives, and 12 on the negatives. Scroll down a little bit. On the gameplay axis, we're up to 37 on the gameplay. And 32 on the gameplay negative. Wow. Push this back over here. Oh, is there, that's... Oh, is that 0? Are we back? Are we good to go? Not that I'm queuing. Rax is the one who's queuing. Let's do it! Ifrit hard. I'm ready. Yeah, no, honestly, that is about right. If you're looking at the score. It is still a net positive game, although it's got a lot of bipolarness to it. I'll answer some questions while we get prepped for this fight. So, Loke says, if a generic greater demon from Warhammer Fantasy were to tear its way into 14's realm, would you equate it to a primal, an Ultima, or something else? Honestly, probably a primal. even if it's generic, it's a greater demon, and those are not small scale. How do I view the threat and power scale? Probably bigger than anything we've dealt with as of this point in the game. What's it called other than Castrum Praetorium? What's the name of it? Because apparently that's not the name of the dungeon. Oh, the okay, fine, whatever. Sure. We'll just cut. No, that's cool. I was sounding irritated because apparently it was called something else, and I'm like, oh, great, okay. So yeah, these fights are actually not part of the MSQ, believe it or not. The next few primals are, but not these ones. As with the hard mode dungeons, these are remakes of the existing fights. Now, I'm going to go and let Mr. Red take the 4 on this one, even though I should, because Mr. Red does not know how to be second tank. Yeah, absolutely DPS the nails when they show up. Try to avoid stuff on the ground. Don't be in front of the boss. I think there's actually a transform for this one. And I guess that's actually it. And I do have my accessories on. Good. Cool. Let's do it. Actually, I'm gonna off. So, did you notice how his initial swipe absolutely destroyed everyone? That's why you should never be in front of the boss. So, I'm going to go and talk this out. I'm going to try to sound non-condescending. But what happened there was Mr. Red said, there's the boss, and ran right towards it and pulled it towards him. So the cleave attacks came right towards him. What Mr. Red should have done to pull a boss like this, and indeed most bosses of this manner, is gone around in a circle like I am currently demonstrating, and then pulled him over here so that he would be able to face the correct direction and not have a wipe in the first 2 seconds. Pro tip for the future. Usually it doesn't matter, so I'm not angry here, Mr. Red. I'm not yelling at you. But for fights where it matters, you do want to be. You may have noticed I was doing that on the Ultima fights, going around the circle rather than trying to just directly walk up to and pull. It's because of stuff like that. So you just saw him do his line attack. Later on, he will do a multi-line attack. You have to look around. There's going to be no telegraphs. You have to look around for where they are and where they're facing. There will be multiple of them. I might be thinking of the extreme version, but I'm pretty sure there'll be multiple Ifrits, and they will be facing a direction you want to not be in front of them. Giant flame things are big AoEs. If you're not sure if you're in it, keep moving out of it. We're gonna have another one, so he's over here, and that's it. So that's cool. Jumps up. Jumps back down. We're still in phase 1, so we're still doing alright here. Despite the initial problems, good job on recovering, healers. This, by the way, is a perfect example why the universal markers is not a thing for error, because there aren't any. In this fight. I should actually be tanking, because Mr. Red does more DPS than I do. That's okay. He needs the experience. I don't mind. Now we're going to have nails pretty soon here. But here's our first double. So speaking of the res mechanic, you may notice that Clyde has a little thing called Transcendent. I forget how many seconds it lasts. I want to say like 8 or so. Once you are resed, you are actually invincible. This is a brilliant decision by the developers, because it would otherwise be extraordinarily easy in so many fights for you to get resed and then just immediately get hit by anything, you know, a gust of wind, and just get fallen over. That being said, the moment you use... Nails are up. The moment you use an ability, you lose that buff. So, pro tip for anyone being rezzed, don't use abilities until your healers have got you, or until you need to. As always, use your head. It's going to be a little bit site-specific. Yeah, by the way, sprint does count. That is important. Any ability. You can run around. That's it. We're good on nails so far. That's not great. So, get us a big AoE heat bubble, please. We've actually talked about this concept before. This is the boss mechanic where he does a thing that does unavoidable damage, and he does more of it the worse you did, and less of it the better you did. It's a form of a DPS check. Although sometimes it's a coordination check. By the way, fresh reminder, Ifrit will be doing constant cleaves. You gotta be careful about that. Yeah, do not limit break just yet. Save it. We're not at the point where we need it just yet. I'm gonna pop this though. And die for it. Ooh! Yeah, no, took that in the face. That's on me. If you ever see me kind of dodging towards the tank, don't do that. I am doing that because I am a tank. That's bad. Hi. Good? Yep. Think of those dashes as a bit of a breather period. If everyone does everything correctly, we actually don't take damage during that. Just wait for the healers to get caught up on mana and on healing a little bit. And on rezzing in this case. It's not a dig. If I think you're terrible, I'll say it. You've seen me stream this game before with pugs who don't know where to take the mob. I really wish I had my AoE take less damage ability at this level. Yep, nope. Thankfully, I was already in the number 2 place. Generating aggro there. This is probably gonna, yeah, that's gonna hit 0 in the face. Not a lot I can do about that. Where's the third one? There we go. Recover for a second. Get some heals out. Stun in. Timing on that stun. That's on me. Yeah. Yeah. I was just about to call for that. Take a second to resolve, which it has done. Burn, burn, burn. Ironically. Good job. With a bad pull, too. If anybody wants the Ifrit gear, by the way, there's a weapon coffer, and actually one of them drops. They look cool. I will be passing on all of it. I already have all the transmobs I want, or glamours I want. But if anybody wants those, feel free to need or greed on them. So, unlike the previous Ifrit fight, which is whatever, that's actually a pretty good fight, I'd say. Give me, like, 30 seconds. I'm running out of water. I'm just gonna grab a fresh water. But then, yeah, let's go ahead and do Titan. Let's do it. Titan's gonna be a little bit rougher. Sorry about that. I actually forgot my drink. Alright, so Titan Hard is going to be mostly the same fight, everybody. Everything you already know from the regular Titan fight will be applicable in this fight. You get knocked off, you're gone, get to the edges, watch out for the Hong, break people out of the jails, and watch out for the giant things on the ground that will kill you in the face. There are two exceptions. One, instead of the one-line thing, he'll be doing three-line things. Second, there's going to be the ads, which is a thing. And third, there's going to be the bombs. Now, the bombs suck. That's it. Alright, so... now, hang on. I actually forget something about the bombs. Give me just 1 second. You can go as Cutis if you want. I'll just be looking this up here really quick. Yeah. Yep, no, I'm right. Okay, yay. So the way the bombs are going to work, you have to be paying attention for this. Or just get hit by them. So there's two ways to deal with the bombs, okay? When they explode in the order in which they drop. So the first ones you see drop are going to explode first, and the second one's second. So you get away from the first ones, and then move back to where the first ones were to avoid the second ones. Make sense? If, for whatever reason, that is not a safe area, this can happen in this fight because of how small the fighting arena is, and the frickin' landslides, try to just get hit by one bomb. Mr. Red, I'm going to let you tank this one again. Get some experience in there. Remember what I told you about pulling. That's not how to do it, but okay, that works. It worked out. It worked out. We were all back here. Also, there's landslide. Don't worry about it. We're just reminding you of all these mechanics. It's cool. It's cool. Everything's cool. Does he not do the tri-strike in hard? Am I thinking of extreme? Because I've done extreme on this fight. Okay, never mind. Apparently tri is extreme. My bad. We're cool. We're cool. Don't have to worry about the tri-strike. Just the one strike. This should be pretty easy then. We got this. We got this. Remember, landslide sucks, as Fife is demonstrating. As before, it's actually more important now that we kind of group up, because we kind of want those landslides and those weight of the lands to be a little bit easier to dodge. So by grouping them up, we have a better, more static spot for them to be in, which is why I'm trying to group up with the melees back here. Like that. That's gonna hit me. Yep! I knew that was gonna hit me too. That's funny. It's okay. Of all the people to die, that's actually okay. I am the least important person in this fight. Nevertheless, this is probably a wipe. I'm just gonna go ahead and tell you that right now. Unfortunately, I can't zoom the camera around, so... We're not even a phase 2 yet. So, middle's gonna explode first, then out. Once middle explodes, Rubu in. Or phase transition, that works too. Phase 2. You all know this one. Talk the heart. This is that DPS race we talked about earlier. So, what just happened in Linley there is bullcrap and can happen very easily. Oh yeah, by the way, I used to hate this fight with a fiery passion. I still think this fight probably deserves a negative, to be totally blunt. But I used to hate this fight so much because I simply could not do this fight with the connection I had. Mind you, I didn't have bad connection. I had Comcast, but I still had cable, you know? I had as good of connection as it was available. So. Let's see if there's a big hit. Tremble. And yeah, I was gonna say, that's gonna kill everyone because that took too long to kill the thing, I believe. Zera's got this! Nope, Zera's dead. Okay, so. Just as the song starts up, dude. Okay, take 2. But yes, this, as with most bosses, you want to tank towards the edge for all the reasons I mentioned earlier, Mr. Red. There are exceptions, but it's a good default mentality. Oh, we do have the echo. Whoops. That's... Just watch me, Mr. Red. You ready? I'll do it. I'll pull. Watch with me. Bam. Like this. Now, I better hope you're going to get in here and take this from me, because I don't even have tank stance up for that. I can main tank, I don't mind. Here, I'll put tank stance back on. I was just trying to get Mr. Red some experience. I'll go ahead and pull it. Come here. Hey, Finny Hori. I think only one of his attacks cleaves, by the way. This is an FY. Ooh. I'm just gonna eat that. Oh, he has 2 cleaves. My bad. The only point I was going to make is if you are frenetically trying to avoid everything else, being in front of him is not the worst thing you could be doing. Whoops, I lost aggro again. Yeah, Mr. Red literally just does more DPS than me, so going full tilt, he will always pull aggro off of me. Now we focus on this. I'm going to move him a little bit. Just a bit. Lose aggro immediately. Again. I'm pretty sure all the primal fights have some kind of cleave attack. I could be wrong about that. Like, even Leviathan has that weird tail thing. Hit. Honestly, I forget I have it at this level, One Winged Angel. Whoa! I forget I have it at this level. One Winged Angel. And that's why. So I'm gonna just stand here for a second. And I'll let this blow up in me. Hopefully. Oh, there it goes. Okay. That was actually a little close. Yeah, nope, I was 2. Yeah, okay. That's a wipe. You got this, Rax! And also Clyde. Those, nope. You got this! There we go. Okay, okay. Okay. So, Mr. Red, turn off your tank stance until you see the ads show up. It'll be very far in the fight. You know that because we literally haven't seen them spawn yet. And just DPS away. Do not be in front of him. He does still do his cleaves. Unless the ads are an EX thing. I know what you're talking about. I don't remember if it's hard. I really have a hard time remembering hard versus EX. I'm going to be completely honest. Okay. Yeah, ultimates and extremes and savages and hards are different things. Of course they are. Yeah, savages are probably the closest equivalent to mythics in WoW. And extremes are probably the closest equivalent to heroics. I think I'm getting that order correctly. Don't quote me on that. Yeah, ultimates are a little different. Like, the Ultima fight isn't just fighting Ultima, for example. That's interesting timing on that. Honestly, probably the closest thing to ultimates in WoW equivalents would be the Mage Towers, and even that's not quite right. Ready for that one. Still hit like a truck. That's just going to be a regular thing, healers. He's just going to hit me like a truck all the time. Sorry. It's only about, 3/4 of my health. Yeah, like that. Yeah, Mage Towers are solo. Mage Towers are super hard. Like, they're the most hard difficulty stuff that exists in WoW. Mage Tower is ultra hard, ultra difficult, absolutely tuned to the absolute max content, designed for solo play to just you be awesome. And they're always designed to you, to your class, or to your spec, more accurately. Alright, so that's bad. Come here. Please? Okay, there we go. Yeah, getting kicked off the edge continues to mean you cannot be rezzed, which continues to be stupid, by the way. I came pretty close to doing the Prot Warrior Mage Tower. A fact I am legitimately proud of. Nope. Oh god, yeah, I remember Arcane Mage Tower. That one's just mean. Alright, so eventually Rye's gonna get killed here. It's gonna take a minute. Hang on. Just give it a second. There we go. Okay. Nothing in WoW takes days. Nothing in WoW takes hours, honestly. Yep, so that was tight and hard. I don't actually mind saying that we could just cut that, to be completely blunt. Like, it's getting late, we're losing people. We've kind of shown off all the fight that there is. So I was gonna vote leave, but whatever. Can I just... Here, I'll do this. Yeah, so that's tight and hard. Now, I know this sounds strange, considering we just wiped, but I would like to give a negative to that fight. For the exact same reason I gave a negative to the previous fight. Like, I don't have any new reasons to not give that a negative, if that makes any sense. I think the bomb mechanic's kind of cool. It's a good pay-attention check. But I don't think it mitigates how much that fight honestly kind of sucks. We gave a positive to Ifrit hard, but Titan, no. Hang on, where is it? There it is. Oh, it looks like we actually gave him an aggregate. Yeah, the you fall no res issue is very binary difficulty, and frankly is bad design. Especially in a fight which is designed around throwing tons of stuff at you in a tiny area where it's very easy to either fall or get knocked off. See you around, Jordan. Yeah, go to bed, Mr. Red. Get some sleep. We'll move on to other content. I think I actually agree with that, US Corporal, but not there yet. Okay, so hang on. So I actually have a huge amount of content I can pivot to here. So we'll just save Garuda and all that stuff, I think. So anybody who needs to go to bed, go ahead. I don't blame you. We're only going to be streaming for like another hour anyways. What I'd really like to do is knock out some of these old dungeons, especially the pre-50 dungeons. If anyone wants to join me for that, that would be awesome. We need to hit Halatali. Halatali Tiklalaku. We also need to hit Sunken Temple of Karn, Cutter's Cry, Zamil Darkhold, and Arum Vale. All of those are in the pre-content, you know, the prior to MSQ patch content thing. So, just knocking those out in orders. Anybody want to join us for Halatali? You're fine, Mr. Red. Really. It takes a lot of practice and experience to be a good tank in any of these games. And if I could be completely blunt, and I don't mean to sound negative about this game, tanking in this game is more frustrating than it is in other games I've tanked in. I feel like the game is actually kind of resisting tanking, and I've long since suspected that the code, you know, the nature of the code, the spaghetti logic underneath it, is kind of the problem, right? Like, that's why it's such a thing. You get used to it after a while, but it's always just kind of pushing up through the Play-Doh, you know what I mean? Let's see here. Hang on. Right, it's super late where you are, isn't it? We could do Arum first. We don't have to do these in order. I am very happy that you enjoy tanking in this game, Praetorium. There needs to be more enjoyment in the world. Nice? Who was nice? Oh, okay, whatever. Get in here, whoever you are. Yeah, sure. We'll do Arum Vale first. Does anyone want to bow out for Rax? Because I know Rai wants to be there for that. Tanking in FF11. I've done that. I was a tank in FF11. Oh my god. Oh. Not legally, no. Offshore Twitch account. I can answer that one right now. To be clear, there are specific fights I enjoy tanking in this game. Usually bosses, actually. I've actually already mentioned this problem. In fact, we've already given a negative for it. Because, yeah, I enjoy tanking in this game. I do. I just feel like the game doesn't want me to enjoy tanking in this game. I love healing in this game. Except when people tell me to DPS. Those people can go down. Nice, whoever you are. If you want... Who is nice? I wrote this down. That's why I have this thing here. Yes, Valvedrix. Although, ironically, I can't fix that. Nice is... it's Blade Turval. Alright, so Blade Turval. I'm gonna make you tank because I'm pure evil. And that's my reasoning. Let's see. I will bring... What can I bring to Arum Vale? Oh, it's Nace. Damn it, Blade Turval. Listen. Your name is Blade Turval now. No, Rai is gonna go healer. Good night, Mr. Red. I'm gonna have some pizza. What do I want to bring for this? I kind of want to bring, like, just... It's Arum Vale, right? So I need to bring something that's not garbage at low level, so I think I'm actually just gonna bring Monk for this. I think we'll go that way with it. Or we could do halatali first. Or we could do Arum. I don't know. We'll figure it out. We'll... Hang on, who's Linley? Who's Linley? That's Pretz! He's also been with a lot of stuff. Or as nice as... I'm gonna go ahead and ask Pretz to sit out for this one. Just this one. And get Rax in. For hell! Alright, ready check. Oh, make sure to take off your accessories. This is a below 51. Um... 3% off your Twitch account. Make sure we have everything set up. Minimum eye level, and that's actually it. Where is Arum Vale? There it is. The best dungeon in the game! I'll repair later. I'm still at like 80%. God, just tell me I can give this one a negative, please? There's been so many dungeons I hate that I haven't been able to give negatives to. Please tell me I can give this one a negative. Please tell me this dungeon sucks. Okay, here we go. Let's do it. Jump in. This is it. The best dungeon in the game. So, we've actually already done Brayflox's Long Stop. You remember that one? That is the other status effect dungeon. This is the status effect dungeon. I hope you like poison. Zzz. Plural. What, 2 bosses in here are Marlboros, I think? Something like that. See you around, Zira. Have a good one. Yeah, we've also got the barbs. God, this frickety place. Okay. Why are we here? Hang on, let me look this up. Why are we here? What are we doing in here? Soon after its discovery, miners from across the realm flocked to the Arum Vale, driven by rumors that deep within lay endless veins of mithril. What they found instead was gold, but not the sort that would make them rich. Believing the precious substance Arum, the miners unknowingly stumbled into deep pools of a glowing venom, thereafter known as gold bile. That's wonderful stuff we're looking at here. Not only did this liquid burn their skin, but the noxious fumes given off by the foul ooze cooked their lungs when inhaled, bringing on a quick and excruciating death. These truths, however, have done little to prevent new miners from braving the suffocating shafts, and even now are more driven to find what those who entered before cannot. Why are we here? Oh my god! Alright, whatever. Let's go. Okay, so this room... This is Molten Core level of just what the hell design. It's a big empty room with lava, let's call it what it is, on the floor. And several mobs, including several patrolling mobs. This is a take your time and slowly pull the room out kind of a room, while dodging the terrain that is here to piss you off. This place sucks. This room sucks. This is part of a rank up quest. Why? Yeah, there's the gold. I should actually show off the gold bile debuff. You see how fast my health is going away with that dot, by the way? Oh yeah, that's right. This is also a relic place, although I've already given plenty of negatives to the frickin' relic weapons, so... Oh yeah, I haven't even mentioned the fact that there's Marlboros in here. We've shown off bad breath before. Now, we're being nice and careful, so this place isn't terrible so far. But, I have quite literally gotten this in a random leveling queue, and wiped in this room, and then had people leave the dungeon, leave the group, and it's like, okay. I guess I'll just start my queue over then. Ah, gotcha, Pillars of Snow. I gotta be honest, I don't remember every step for relics because I did it across several years. Hi, Baron. This is for relics. Oh yeah, no, bad breath is no joke. Bad breath is mean. Did you notice there's knockbacks, by the way? Those little things that shove you around? There's just periodic jets of gunk, which will throw you around here and there. Also, I know this feels pedantic to comment on, but this place looks terrible. I get you were trying to make it look like a swamp. That doesn't fly for Dark Souls. It certainly doesn't fly here. Was the original version of FF14 that bad? Yes! How bad was it? I spent 90 minutes last week giving an in-depth, detailed account of how bad it was. Oh yeah, by the way, who's looking forward to the Poison Swamps in Elden Ring? Yes, FF14 1.0 is, without hyperbole, the worst game I have ever played in my life. There is no exaggeration, there's no memeing, there's no nothing. It is gutter trash. Moving on. Alright, so. First boss! It's the locksmith. See those Morbol fruit? Don't think too much about what that is. So the way this fight works is it has... I'm pretty sure this does a poison dot, but it also does a group poison dot, which we'll see in just a moment here. When you get up to a certain number of stacks... When you get up to a certain number of stacks, you need to actually go... there it is, so right there. Gold Lung! A layer of sulfuric sludge has built up in your body. If you eat the Morbol fruit, please don't think about what that is, it gets rid of that debuff. That debuff lasts a minute, and it gets worse each stack. Stack 1 isn't actually all that bad. Stack 2 is kind of bad. By stack 3, you should really be trying to find some freaking fruit. Oh, yeah, no. No, this game, even if the negatives catch up, this game will stomp FF14 1.0 into the freaking ground. So at 2 stacks, I'm going to go and get a faraway one. This is how I usually do this. I get the faraway one so that other people can get the closer ones. Just a little nicety kind of a thing. Negative 77, I believe, is what I came up with offshore Twitch account. And if you don't know how bad that is, you don't know how the system works. No, I'm actually not going to go ahead and get another one. I think I'm good. Why would you eat the fruit, Inamisha? Honestly, as someone who gets this in pugs semi-regularly, yes, I agree. People who do not eat the fruit in this fight kinda suck. I'm gonna hold it out on it. That's it. That's the whole fight. That's the mechanic. Eat the fruit. For all intents and purposes, this is a tutorial for the last fight in this place. I'm gonna get the faraway one again because I'm getting rotted from within. By the way, that debuff does not go away after the end of the fight. So keep that in mind. They even spawn a bunch right here, in case you didn't do it. Okay, so. Hey, look! A whole bunch of Malboros, whatever you call these stupid things. Yep, definitely want to kill the seedlings first, or else they will spawn into much more irritating ads. Yep, I like to think that Morbol fruit tastes like durian. Because... Oh yeah, by the way, we are underground. This is actually a cave. So this is a contained cave filled with sulfuric acid. And magical sulfuric creatures. And Morbols. Get around, Log. There's bad breath. It actually hit Rai. Rai is now silenced and can no longer get bad breath off of herself. Rai, here's a mint. Yeah, I don't even want to think about what this place smells like, to be completely blunt. Rai is now dead. Goodbye, Rai. It was nice knowing you. Let's answer some Q&A questions while we wait for Rai to run back. Noob question. Do you need to do the MSQ to get all the unlock quests? Yes and no. The MSQ is usually tied into unlock quests. To give you an example of that, there's a blue quest I can't do right now, even though I have done everything else necessary to have access to it, because it requires a certain amount of MSQ progress, which I do not have, because I'm saving that for doing it on camera. Hi, Rai. Yeah, MSQ is the trunk of the tree. Everything's tied to the MSQ. So, yes, but also no. Generally speaking, if you're not seeing blue quests, just progress the MSQ. FF6 Magitech armor versus the Black Reaper FF14 Magitech armor. Well, the FF6 one looks like the Predator, whereas the FF14 one looks like the Reaper. So I think we know which one I'm going to pick in that group. By the way, notice how this is the third room in a row that follows the Molten Core trash design. Just want to point that out. Because I'm building my case that this place actually does in fact suck. It doesn't suck that bad, but it certainly sucks. Alright, moving on. Will you do the minstrel ballad version of Ultima? I don't know. That's... Maybe? I don't know. Any 8-mans like that is definitely leaning towards a maybe, and not a guarantee. Let's see, what else we got here? Lore is getting aggro in this game by making rude emotes at the bosses. I mean... Thoughts on the GTA Definitive Edition? It's total garbage. And the Cyberpunk patches. It is passable. The Cyberpunk patches have put the Cyberpunk up to the point at which it should have been approximately 15 months ago. Which is funny, because that means I was only off by about 3 months. Called it, by the way. A little off, but I still called it. Let's see here. Do I think it's enough for the ladder? No. Do I think the former will ever be good? No. I have no faith in 2K games. 2K games sucks. How far am I to the game percentage-wise? I feel like I've answered that question more than once. When I say David Cage is the French Hideo Kojima, no, David Cage is garbage. So will Wing Commander and WoW be added to the queue after 2-Witch block? I don't understand that question. Explain it, 8, please. Delete questions. Valvendrick says, did you notice the bot has a typo? What? Yes. Ugh. Oh yeah, this is a boss. I actually don't remember his mechanics, to be completely honest with you. Avoid stuff, I think? God, I don't know. Yep, I think avoid stuff is the mechanic for this boss. Mechanic. Singular. I was about to say, I have a distinct memory of this boss not having tells, which would have added to the negativity for this dungeon. Unfortunately, now he's just boring. Well, let's see. What would happen if Thrall... Oh, that's Elizar's question. I'll save that for when Elizar gets back up. Could I see Nero as the Dr. Wily to Sid's Dr. Light? Yeah. Not as smart, though. Or cool, or interesting, or funny, or anything, really. Would I prefer this game or WoW? Oh, that's a poisoned question right there. I'm actually not going to answer it. Let's see, what else we got here? Oh yeah, there's the Star Destroyer question, which actually answered. Now that you finished, what quests or arcs in the game would I cut to help pay? Oh, okay, so that's actually an easy question, Umbral Magmus. Umbral Magmus asks, having finished the central MSQ, what would you get rid of if you were to get rid of things in order to cut it down for padding? Pretty much the entire Titan arc, the pre-Titan arc, and the pre-Garuda arc still need some cutting of the fat. Even now, they're still arduous, still not well designed, and still have their own issues. And they're better than they used to be. So, that would be my answer, pretty definitively. It's true, FF11 is my one true love. Just like Minfilia! Alright, hang on, there's the percentage question again, actually. Give me a second. Deleting question. Stop doing that! God. Not you guys. You guys are all cool. This is doing something weird. There we go. Streamination on Netflix is FF14 Dad of Light. No. Do I think I'll do a remake of my top 30 games list? I've been doing it for years now. All you have to do is look at my golden number list and sort by top to bottom. That's my top 30 as of right now. How do you make a setting like, say, a city feel lived in? You do. The more you add, the more lived in it feels. That's how that works. You add NPCs, you add signs of wear and tear. You make it look like a place that people walk through, or in, or on regularly. That's lived in. That's how you do that. So people and terrain design, if I was to put it down there. Sorry, I don't mean to sound weird. It's just the way you do it is you do it. You know. Oh, these are. Dang it. Ah, no. Die. Must chase the treasure goblin. Oh, shoot. Okay. Sorry, that's on me. That's fully on me. I'd like to apologize here. For nothing in particular. Nothing actually went wrong. Sorry, actually I need to be an EA executive for just a second here. We here at EA are very regretful that you do not enjoy the type of extra polls I just did in Arum Vale. In all honesty, by the way, to go back to the WoW versus FF14 question, the answer is non-applicable. I've used this comparison before, and I will continue to use it again. Asking me whether I prefer WoW or FF14 is like asking me if I prefer a plate of fruit or a steak. They're both food, but there's just too much distinction between the two to really fairly compare them. It just doesn't really work that way, you know? Furthermore, asking me which one I like more overall is kind of the point of the review, but even in that case, there's just some things that both do better than the other. Now, if you wanted to ask me what do I think of WoW in its current state, you know, at current endgame versus FF14 at its current endgame, then FF14 stomps WoW into the freaking ground. It's not even a contest. I am unsubbed through WoW right now. That's all I need to say about that one. I should also say... Yeah, no kidding, Asdamine. I should also say that FF14, I have faith will continue to be good, whereas WoW, I have hope it may someday go back to being good. Taking that into account. Let's see here. Next question. Oh yeah, this is another use the marble fruit, boss. Just worse. Let's see here. Get rid of this. If I did every game on the list before another game got funded, would the first game in priority get added even if the bar wasn't filled? Oh, you're asking about the theoretical, what would we do? Yeah, exactly, Rax. You're asking what we would do if by some magical, absolutely insane reality, everything didn't get funded? Well, in that circumstance, if that magical reality were to happen, then yes, we would go ahead and go down the list of games that are most funded. That will never happen. Let's just go ahead and lock that in right there. But yes, that is how that would happen in that magical reality where 100% of people magically stop donating money to the show. By the way, thank you all for your donations. Hey, look! Burrs! Hooked burrs have dug into my flesh. That's loverly. Unlike the previous one, this one hurts a bit more. And we will, of course, be doing the same overall mechanic. I will once again be going for the far away thing. I have my buttons reversed, no wonder. There we go. So yeah, I'm going to go for this one way over here. Not get in the way. Pretty good. I sure hope so, Matcher. That is the goal. Well, that hurt a little bit. I'd like to apologize to Rye for causing her to have a small heart attack just now. Yeah, I'm gonna go ahead and get it through. Valvedrick says, am I more worried or excited for the FF6 Pixel Remaster music? That's a good question. I'm not sure. I certainly have some faith built up. They've had some ehs, but for the most part, the Pixel Remaster music has been legit. So I'd say a little bit more excited than worried. Is there such a thing as good filler? Yes. Is there such a thing as good padding? No. By definition, padding is bad. But filler can be good. There is such a thing as the good beach episode. There is such a thing as good filler. Star Trek The Next Generation, the poker game. Perfect example. By the way, good job, everyone. So, I think I can still fairly give that dungeon a negative. It's just... It's not as bad. It's not that bad. It's not the worst thing ever. But it's visually blah. It's musically blah. Its bosses are boring at best. And its trash design is actively bad. You know? Yeah, how many copper bells? We keep using copper bells thing. I would say this is at least 1.3 copper bells, so... This is definitively a negative to gameplay. I'm being hugged by Cashel, which is probably the most terrifying thing to ever happen, especially when Cashel isn't in their Agrius gear, which is the awesome armor of awesome. Arum Veil! I was going to say, I'm pretty sure Arum Veil is one of the 1.0s. Isn't Halatali also one of the 1.0s? Oh, nope, you're right, Cashel. You're right. You know what? I'll give you that as domain. I'll give you that one. So who would like to join us for Halatali? Let's go ahead and knock that one out, too, while we're here. Let's see, where is that going to know about this? Here we go. Join me, Cashel. Where's Cashel? There you are. Looking for a K. I will continue to monk. You know what? I'll just summon her for a little bit. Sure, why not? I'll have a top hat. Nah, I'll be a monk. Monk it up. Monk it up. Rye, are you good? Join us, Rye. Join us. We have cookies. Ah, really? I knew Cutter's Cry was, and I knew Zamil. But, alright, whatever. Ready, check. We have 2 tanks. No! You must DPS, Nace. It is your destiny. Unless you want to bow out for Literally, it's up to you. I've lost track of what we've been doing, too. God dang it. I need a secretary. Oh my god. Alright, hang on. So that was Arum Veil. I was a monk. Rye was a sage. Rice, which is, or Nace, which is Blade Traval, was a tank of some variety. Gunbreaker, I think. And we also had Rax for that, I'm pretty sure. That's true, I could show that off. Yes, Rax was in there too. God, I am tired. Okay, there. Now we're doing Halatali. Well, the difference is how familiar I am with the lore. A pseudo-lore run, I have to look up stuff every now and again. I could lore run certain games and shows and stuff just right now. No prep time. But a pseudo-lore run, well, I'm not going to tell you the exact in-depth lore behind everything. You know what I mean? Well, I'll tell you what, Nace. You can change the DPS, or we can get someone else in. It's up to you. I'm ambivalent. But just decide, please. Going as a monk again. I think this is actually the first time Cashel's joined us for something. As a paladin. Got it. And you'll be coming as a machinist. Done. Let's do it. So this dungeon isn't actually all that bad, halatali. I kind of like getting it in the leveling queue. It's a level 20 dungeon, so that sucks. If the review system changed and I had to replay everything a third time, would I Hulk out in real life? I don't think I can Hulk out in real life. I'd be pretty sad, but if we do somehow come up with a completely new substantial variance to how we do reviews again, then yeah, I will invalidate the old stuff. That's how that works. I will admit I don't see that happening at this point, but who frickin' knows? Ina Mishao, excuse me, asked, any thoughts on why game designers like to make supposedly functional fortifications look like ruined and broken? I have no idea. I've commented on this many times. Ruins are like the most common thing in video games, and I don't get why. Regardless of genre, by the way. Regardless of the game. It's just ruins for some reason. Just ruins everywhere. Check it out. I have 3 buttons at level 20. That is amazing. Is that, sort of the... of the round, Cashel? It's fine, Rye. You can just, you know, do normal attacks. But despite, the only thing I don't like about this place is that it's so low level. Its construction as a dungeon isn't terrible. Which means naturally I'm probably going to come up with a negative for it. To this day, I actually still get lost in here occasionally. Oh yeah, I should explain what we're doing in here while we're talking about this. So this is halatali. Originally, this was a holy place for the first of the Lalafelians who arrived in Eorzea. This twisted labyrinth of natural caverns winds through a massive mesa transformed by the Pugilist Guild into a series of training pits, animal pens, and holding cells to accommodate the ever-growing popularity of Uldah's Colosseum. After the calamity, however, the location was abandoned. Those remaining in the pens were left for the dead. Not all of them, however, met that fate, and now the tunnels are rife with those who survived, and the tormented spirits of those who did not. So we're just kind of, you know, cleaning house a little bit. Isn't there a halatali hard? There is, isn't there? Hang on, double check. I got a list right here. Let's see. There is. Yeah, I was going to say, I'm pretty sure this becomes a Colosseum afterwards. Again, after we clear it out for you. You're welcome. I have no AoE. Sorry. Offshore Twitch account asks, if FF14 condensed its levels from 90 to 40, like WoW, would that be good or bad? So, let me preface by saying that if they did that properly, then I think that would be a good thing. I do think that there is a possibility of doing that. I don't think it's really all that necessary, though. The main reason WoW did that was because WoW had a whole lot of dead levels, and I mean a lot of dead levels. Now, in case you've never heard me use that terminology before, a dead level is a level in which you don't get anything either at all or worthwhile. Like, hey, your stats went up a little bit. Or you got a little bit of, you know, skill points, and that's it. Yeah, FF14 doesn't actually have very many dead levels. WoW had, like, 7 per expansion, which is insane. Like, so a lot of people tend to forget that you get these traits, too, which help to flesh out your class and kind of give you something new, you know, as you're leveling. Anyways, this encounter, you're supposed to kill all those ads over there. I think we can avoid that even while minimum eye level. Yeah, WoW, admittedly, doesn't have any dead levels anymore. Because they shrank them from 110 to 40. Or 50, excuse me, 50. Yeah, I believe rather firmly in the concept that I call staircase leveling, aka A level should mean something. If you successfully level up, that should be something worthwhile. In other words, not FF10. Thank you, Slime Time, as always, for the sub. If you know where you would like to put that, do please let me know. Thank you. So One Winged Angel says, you played WoW much more than me. Yes, I did. I'm not proud of that. It's just a statement of fact. Actually, before I answer that, let me talk about this. So I mentioned this dungeon has some mechanics, so we have to hit these winches as we go. Yep. Doesn't matter what it pops, we do have to hit all these winches as we progress. So, winch, winch, winch. Secretly, I'm just trying to get Cashel killed. That's it. That's the dungeon mechanic. Honestly, this place is so dull. I'm not sure it'll get a negative. I can't. Bregwin's not here. But this place will almost assuredly not be a positive. It's just it's approaching mechanics. It's thinking about the possibility of someday having mechanics. Like this boss we're about to fight, not down there, way over there. This boss we're about to fight has a thing where occasionally you have to not be in the lightning. I know. It's horrible to consider. I was about to say, I remember doing this place on my squadron and just being like, why are you standing in the lightning? Stop it, you idiots! The final boss involves summoning ads that you have to kill and a paling mechanic. So that's cool. You know what, I'm actually talking myself into a negative for this place. God damn it. Whatever, we'll get there. We'll decide. It's just, there's too much trash, and I hate to keep bashing the visually disinteresting point, but look at this place. It's almost monochrome, and it's just way too busy. I like doodad utilization. This is doodad shotgunning. There's just debris everywhere. It actually makes it hard to see in some cases. I'm not even going to talk about the fact that I get turned around in here every now and again. Still. Like, we actually got this in a leveling roulette a few days ago. And I actually went the wrong way, and I was like, oh, wow, I'm stupid. Anyway, so I'm going to rush up to Cashel here and hope that Cashel saves my pathetic and miserable life. Run! Yeah, a doodad artillery strike. I like that. It's a doodad artillery strike. Okay, so let's finish answering Loke's question, or sorry, One Winged Angel's question. Sir, is there any reason for WoW to remove content from the game from expansion to expansion, but sometimes patch to patch? I really wanted to do Mage Towers, and I would have stayed sub, but they got rid of it. Are they that invested into FOMO? So let's go ahead and give the obvious answer first. I don't know. But that is, I don't know with certainty. I have very strong suspicions about what's going on here. So I think there's two competing problems that are contributing to the let's throw out our own mechanics and content thing that WoW has been doing for entirely too goddamn long. Three. One is stupidity. That's the third thing. You got it, Slime Time. Thank you again. So the third thing is stupidity, and I start with that. So Cashel's gonna just tank him down there. I'm not even going down there. I'll just stay up here. I'm good. Don't stand in the lightning. I'm just gonna stand in this too. I just want to eat it all. Yeah! Give me that delicious lightning. I'm secretly rock type. Several times, developers at WoW, this is going back a while too, have emphasized that they really want players to continue playing the new content and not get bogged down by the old content. This is stupid on every possible level. But that's the stupidity, okay? So that's reason number 3. Reason number 1 is, and I want to be very clear about this, Bobby Kotick. Yeah, damn it, so close. Oh, who would win in a fight? Oh, definitely the FF6 one. Holy crap. Just buy my arm. I'm gonna stand in it. Yeah, soak me in your electrical goodness. To be clear, one of the things that a lot of people do is they like to dogpile an individual because that individual is a blame person, right? A blame figure. I don't want to get too much into politics, but, you know, most times when people point to the CEO of a company and says it's their fault, or points to the president of a nation and says it's their fault, it's because that's the blame figure. In reality, there's dozens of people and hundreds of people who are complicit, and there's blah, 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 blah. And in many cases, the person who is the blame figure isn't actually the person who is even responsible for the problem in question. This is more of a historical... Yeah, directors in games and movies have this problem, too. This is more of a historical thing. Again, I'm not trying to get into politics and recent presidents, because you can look at plenty of examples when, the United States, for example, has blamed the current president for something that the current president wasn't even involved with. And we know this with historical hindsight. We are able to look back at our records and our figures and say, this person did this here and here, and everyone at the time was like, the president sucks, right? So the reason I bring all that up is because a lot of people like to blame Bobby Kotick because he's the CEO of Actiblizzard. I have recently done a deep dive on the actual economic infrastructure of Actiblizzard, and I have discovered that Bobby Kotick is the money person, singular, at Actiblizzard. This is actually kind of a surprise to me. This is extraordinarily unusual. Very rarely does a CEO have the level of control over their company as he does of his. It's actually kind of scary. So when I say that I blame Bobby Kotick, I am not saying that memeingly or jokingly or whatever. I am saying that because it's actually his fault. One of the things that he has actually been pushing for some time, demonstrably and provably, is the fact that he wants to get rid of most of Blizzard's IPs because they weren't being able to be turned into money factories. And he was wanting to turn WoW into more of a mobile game. Now, I know what you're thinking. Lore, WoW's nothing like a mobile game. And you're right. But the structure of this FOMO thing is very mobile game. It is very designed towards that concept. It is very leaning... Hello. Okay. Thankfully, we have this teleport option. Ham. I would rather not, Rye. And not just because I love that game. And I do. Even now, I still love WoW. Yeah, no, you understand it, right, One Winged Angel? There has been a strong push for years now to turn WoW into more and more focused on the now. Keep playing, keep killing, keep going. Get the latest thing. Buy the latest thing. Keep subscribed. You're going to miss out on this thing that's going away next patch if you don't do it. You're going to miss out on this content that's going to go away next patch if you don't do it. All of this has been focused around this thing, and that's why I say he is actually the biggest flaw here. The biggest blame figure for this crap. There is a third reason, or rather a second reason. The second reason is actually much more mundane. One of the obstacles any long-term MMO runs into is, how do we continue to give the players cool things without running into a power creep issue? WoW's answer to this has been, we'll give them cool things and take it away. I do want to stress, that is a surface-level answer to a complex problem. It is not how you do that. Borrowed power is one of the dumbest actual ideas I've ever seen in an MMO. And I mean that. It is astonishingly de-investing on a financial level and on a personal level to have entire... Think about this for just a second, okay? Think about it from a purely economic perspective. By the way, good job, everyone. Sorry. Think about this from a purely economic perspective. Think about spending time and effort and work on money on something that is then burnt and gone by deliberate design. Think about it. That's the purely economic perspective. That's the management perspective. Then think about it from the personal perspective. Oh man, this new patch has this cool thing I really like. But it'll go away next patch or next expansion. Now, in my honest and legitimate opinion, this is the biggest reason why people have been leaving WoW. There's other reasons. There's other straws that break other camels' backs. But I think this is the bulk of it right here. I think too many people are too sick of this concept that has been around for too long. As much as I praise Pandaria, Pandaria is when this started. We had a little farm in Pandaria. It was actually pretty awesome. We could go there, we could farm stuff, we could cook stuff. There was actually multiple cooking professions we could do. It was pretty neat. That was abandoned as soon as we left Pandaria. Then we moved on to Warlords. We had the Garrison. The Garrison was abandoned in Warlords. By the way, most people don't remember or realize this. The Garrisons were awesome. It was a really cool concept. Not the Garrison itself, per se. That was mostly just your hub town. It was more along the lines of what you would use it as you were going through the zones. Because most people forget that as you would progress through the zones, you would pick items and buffs and things, which would give you fun and unique abilities for that zone. Like an extra Hearthstone, or an extra auction house, or the ability to ride around on a freaking artillery tank and blow everything up until and as soon as you see it, right? Like, it's just, it was some really cool stuff, is what I'm trying to say. Then you finished Warlords, finished the story arc, finished the MSQ, and then the Garrison effectively stopped existing unless you were crafting. Abandoned within the expansion. And I could keep going, I'm not going to. This has been something that's been developing for a long time. And it's just been getting worse. It has been getting so much worse every expansion. I spent so much time earlier today ranting about the nonsense that they did with the visions of horror, right? The visions of madness, excuse me. Those were such a cool concept. Those lasted a patch in BFA. Did I mention? I didn't at the time. Did I mention that in that exact same patch they added a very cool concept for gear? The way it worked, and I've talked about this before, so I'm not. It's kind of complex, but the long and the short of it is you get gear. This gear has a corruption figure, like corruption 5. That adds to your corruption meter. The more corruption you have, the more debuffs you get. But these gear pieces were not only very good pieces of gear, but they had mutators on them. Every so often when you cast a spell, any spell, you actually summon a freaking Meteor of the Void to attack everything within an area. Or you gain the ability to summon tentacles, which will generate beams of light that will either cause a debuff or do healing or do damage to nearby party members and enemies, and so forth and so on. It was really cool. There was some really cool stuff, and it was a perfect risk-reward thing, because most of the corruption effects that you had, you can mitigate by just playing, right? So, like, one of the corruption effects is, every now and again, a circle of death would spawn on you. A void, right? A telegraph. So just, you move out of it, right? Cool. So you can live with that. You can live with that level of corruption. Now, granted, when you get to the really high levels of corruption, it gets unmanageable. But there was another mechanic tied into the Visions of Madness. As you progress through the Visions of Madness, which, remember, was cool for all the reasons I talked about earlier, you would increase your corruption resistance, which just straight up negates a certain amount of corruption. Instead of 15, you now have 10 corruption. So this is a way that the Visions of Madness not only would progress within itself, but would give you a tangible reward for doing it, because it would increase your corruption resistance, which would enable you to have more corrupted gear, and the corrupted gear would be substantially better for doing it. This was an amazing system. All of this was just the bomb. Gone after one patch. Anyways, negative to Arum Vale. Did I already do that? No, halatali. All right, halatali. That's what we just did. What dungeon did we just do? Yep, thank you, Cashel. That really does help. There's another one I wanted to smack out just while we're here. And that's Karn, Sunken Temple of Karn. You good? If someone wants in, Nace is volunteering to bow out for that. This will be the first Karn, obviously. Here. Let me be clear. At least part of my aggravation is because WoW is actually an amazing game. Everything I just talked about is one of the best endgame progression mechanics I've seen in an MMO ever. And they just torpedo it after one patch. You know how I praise artifacts because artifacts were a great idea? The corruption system and the Visions of Madness were better. More complex, more in-depth, more well-designed, more variety, more everything. Thank you for joining us, Nace. I will get Linley in here. Send an invite to Linley. Make sure to take a note about this. Yeah, artifacts are gone too, by the way. While we're on the subject. Why? Well, you see, we're stupid. Oh, okay. That makes so much sense. What are you going to go as? Oh, I'll see you in a second. Ready, check. As I've said so many times, someone actually mentioned earlier in chat while we were talking about something else that WoW is terribly written, and that is not true. WoW is a brilliant story that is terribly presented. I've said this so many times, and I will keep repeating it until enough people hear me say that. And that's the other thing. Why has Blizzard not made the Lorecraft series? Because that's their job that I did. See you around, One Winged Angel. The Jailer is actually poorly written. Yeah, no, there are specific things that are poorly written in WoW. I'm not trying to say that all of WoW is amazing, you know. Lily is a dancer. Dancer. Here we go, hang on. So why are we in Karn? Let's get back to FF14. It's our last dungeon of the night. What are we doing in Karn here? Here we go. Under the unforgiving Thanalan heat. Oh, God. It's so hot. It's... God, Lily had the right idea here. Oh, no, I'm actually not wearing that much clothing either. Now, Cashel's probably just melting in that armor. There's a temple, half devoured by the shifting sands. Though used by the ancient... I don't know how to pronounce that. To worship the sun goddess... I don't know how to pronounce that either. The massive underground structure appears to be far older than the 6th Astral Era civilization. That's right, so this is actually a quote-unquote ancient ruins. Well, Warlords also has arguably one of the worst cutscenes in the entire game in it. Oh, we can't read it. Looks like flame on the left and fruit on the right? Something like that? I don't know. Anyways, moving on. Whee. Oh, right, yeah. Sorry, I've actually been forgetting to take this off here. My bad. My bad. Sorry. Forgot I swapped around in classes earlier. I don't actually think WoW will die. To be blunt. I think we actually have a good chance, assuming Microsoft successfully buys them, that WoW will continue to endure at this point. We'll see. I think you're right, Asdamine, but anyways. Hey, look, what's this? The Helm of Might. I will take it. Anyway, so this is an old place from the 6th Astral Era. Sorry, from before the 6th Astral Era. So this is before the era that we had leading into 1.0. There were several sultans who added their own chambers to this place because they found this old ancient temple. It's like, yeah, sure, let's do that. They also were trying to use the constructs that are within, because there's several constructs, including those lovely faces and the horrific, horrific bees, the most terrifying enemy in the game. These actually have an ability that just kind of kills you. I'm not actually joking about that. You get it as a blue mage. They tried to figure out how to use these constructs to achieve immortality. In subsequent years, since the fall of this place, many an adventurer has sought to explore the temple's mystery and perhaps return with some treasure. That's what we're here for. Usually people who come in here die. That's what's with the skeletons in here. Speaking of which, I should be focusing on the bees. Sorry, not doing my due diligence. I apologize. Who's looting? 50 DKP minus for looting. Okay, we're cool. There's a gem of affluence, too. Check it out. Gotta loot this place. Loot, 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 loot. There we go. Oh, hey, a demon thing. I don't know what that is. Let's do it. Fine, Lindley. You can loot. And lose the DKP. Yeah, I've been in here several times and had people die because, you know, the mechanics in here aren't super well explained. So, you're a new player. He does this, he does some telegraphs. Okay, you know how those works. There's some wasps. Okay, that's cool. We'll just fight some wasps here. Doing our job as a DPS like you are wont to do. Alright, time to fight the boss again. We got this. Everything's cool. Oh my god! Oh, well I guess nothing really happened. If you're particularly observant, you might notice the debuff. But nothing anywhere explains how to get rid of that. Now, you could argue that there's a context clue in the fact that the thing lit up. But you see how my camera's pointing right now? I wouldn't see that one over there light up. Which, actually, it just did. If my camera was pointing that way. Oh, shoot. Also, that can happen. So, you remember how we mentioned... We had a long discussion about Dungeon Journal and its purpose in boss design? For the most part, FF14 does not need a Dungeon Journal. I would argue this dungeon is an exception to that rule. And for that, I'm probably going to ding this one. That's ignoring the bees. Which are just... Like, what? I guess I can't ding the bees. But nothing tells you what the bees are or how they are, so... Part of the problem... So this is actually part of the lack of explanation thing, now that I'm thinking about it. You should focus DPS onto the bees, because they're the ones who are going to kill your tank. But most people, especially most players, are just going to look at the big claw thing and think, oh my god, I gotta kill the big thing first. Or they'll see a pack and they'll do AoE. Nothing tells you that the bees have an ability called Final Sting. Because the reason I say the bees aren't terrible innately, necessarily... That was funny. Yeah, no kidding, Rax. I remember the first time I died to Final Sting, I was actually confused. I didn't know what had happened. Anyways, the real problem is what the bee's purpose is to be there for the DPS to pay attention. It's effectively a form of a DPS check, and that's fine in its own right. The problem is nothing elaborates upon that. Nothing says, hey, this is how this works. Oh, I guess we're doing this one first. Okay, that's good. By contrast, these things are pretty well tutorialized. Like, I'm actually going to talk about this real quick while they deal with this thing. So we walk into this room right here, right? This room has a big door and an obvious button on it, and then we fight a thing, and it falls over and dies. And then it gets back up. And it's pretty likely just been context clues and all that that you'll figure out. Drop the head on the button, right? So that's actually decently well presented. What is not is... You remember how I've complained about how there's a floatiness to the trash mobs in this game? And how that kind of sucks to deal with? Well, there's a reason that took multiple attempts to get those heads on those buttons. It's because there's a floatiness to how the trash... So even the thing they did right still has its own issues. Fruit here. Why not? We're doing it legit. Doing it live. I don't mean to just make this the sudden barrage of negatives to dungeon design, but honestly, several of these pre-50 dungeons are not good. I would say it's the patch dungeons, the post-50 dungeons is when they actually started to figure out dungeon design a lot better. Now that I've said that, there has been like 5 dungeons so far where I've said, this is what I think of this dungeon, and I have proven myself wrong. So we'll see if that actually turns out to be true or not. Oh god, we're not going to talk about Stone Vigil hard, okay? We're never talking about it again. I didn't even know what you just said. Also, Ryokami just volunteered to do Stone Vigil hard with us. Appreciate it. Very much appreciate your brave sacrifice. Oh my gosh. I do appreciate y'all if I haven't said that. I appreciate Rye, I appreciate whoever Linley is, and I appreciate Cashel, and Rax, and Astamine, and Bragwin, and Blaterval, and Sean, and Prahexia. No one else, though. Only the people who are currently here get thanked. Yeah, I'm actually curious how the dungeons are going to line up when we go through this. I really am. By memory, most of my favorite dungeons are Heavensward, but that being said, my opinions and my memories of Stormblood are horrifically biased by the fact that that's when I got so pissed off at the game that I quit FF14 in general. I only came back for the show, for Shadowbringers. So, I'm trying to keep an open mind when it comes to Stormblood. Yeah, I don't know if I mentioned that before. As I mentioned, I stuck with FF14 after the previous quit point, all the way up to a certain point. I'll point it out. I'll point out the exact quest I quit Stormblood on. I remember it quite distinctly. Hey, look, it's Titan Mini. And I didn't come back until, you all, Rax especially, gets some credit here. Basically dragged me back saying, hey, you should stream Shadowbringers. And I'm like, okay. I mean, I guess, if you want me to. I'll do it for the show. And that was my attitude, too. I'll do it for the show. And then it was Shadowbringers. Imagine if it wasn't. Imagine if I came back to FF14 for the equivalent of, like, frickin' Warlords or BC. Which brings me to offshore Twitch accounts question, what they've asked, I think 4 times now, something like that. Oops. I was actually alt-tab there. What are the 2 best WoW expansions? Pandaria and Legion. What are the 2 worst WoW expansions? Burning Crusade and Vanilla. It is an easy question to answer. Now, if you don't count Vanilla, I would put BFA as my number 2. Maybe Warlords. It's actually kind of hard to guess on that, because most of Warlords' problems is the fact that it's not there, and that's bad. But, like, from a review perspective... Oh, I'm targeting the wrong thing. God, wake up, Lord. From a review perspective, I have a feeling that Warlords will not score as badly as BFA, because there's just not a lot to it. That's the problem with Warlords. It just stopped. As I've tried to describe this before, imagine you're watching The Lord of the Rings, right? And it's like, yeah! Yeah, this is great! And, oh my god, there's a Balrog! Holy crap! And then it just stopped. The movie just ended. And it's like... What? That's Warlords. If I had to pick an exact moment, it would actually be the scene in Fellowship of the Ring immediately after they get out of the Mines of Moria. I'm speaking in vagueness to avoid spoilers, but you know the scene. Like, you see that scene... And they have their reaction, and there's the shot of Frodo, and he's got tears in his eyes, and he looks kind of dead inside. And then, cut to black, that's the end of Warlords. What the frell? God. Anyways. So, Baron says... think Barrett's even here anymore. Is there any merit from learning from the failures of fledgling writers and artists? Yeah. You can always learn from failure. Your failure, their failure. One of the things I like to tell my niece is, I'm telling you this because I didn't know this when I was your age. Learn from my failures. There's offshore Twitch accounts with 3 separate questions about the WoW expansions. I already answered that one. You know what really irritates me about BFA? I bet you know what I'm going to say. Can anyone guess what really irritates me about Battle for Azeroth? No, I never did a rumination on Kingmaker. Good. Okay. Yes, the retread annoys me. Yes, the loss of my home. Never found a new home. Thanks for that. That's horrible. But that's actually not what I was referring to, believe it or not. Oh, I can't believe that counted. Holy crap. That's actually not what I was referring to. You ready for it? Because this is the dumbest goddamn thing. What really irritates me about BFA is it's not that bad. Oh, it's horrible. Except when it isn't. You see these 30 positives and these 30 negatives? That's BFA. Right there. When we review it, I guarantee you, that is what the review is going to look like. Lots of positives and lots of negatives. It is bipolar as crap. And that irritates me, because I can't just say that BFA is crap. Because it's not. It's great, except when it's crap. Fruit of Knowledge. And, Flame. Yeah, like, honestly, I was gonna say, ARR had a lot of excuses going in its favor, you know? And remember, one of the things I mentioned that ARR had going against it was its direct competitor was Pandaria. What was BFA's direct competitor again? Oh, that's right, Shadowbringers. Also, ARR was most people's first exposure to FF14. No preconceptions. BFA followed Legion. And if I haven't talked it up enough, Legion was legit. By coincidence, Legion was also effectively 2 expansions in terms of content. So, a really, really good, absolutely content-rich expansion. And the follow-up to that was BF frickin' A. So for those of you who've played FF14, please imagine for a moment that Shadowbringers comes out, and it's awesome. And then Endwalker comes out, and it's ARR. And that's the problem with BFA. In one simple sentence. God. Ooh. Right. That's my bad. Sorry. I was so distracted. Anyways, negative for this dungeon. Moving on. No, I do mean it. I know we're just kind of in the giving negatives to dungeons mode right now, but this dungeon has its issues. It doesn't explain things. It's got the bees. It's got actually badly designed mechanics with regards to several of its bosses. This boss is kind of interesting, but ultimately all it is I'm going to do extra damage to you, which you can ignore or dodge, and that's kind of it, you know? So. Good job, everyone. Thank you for joining me again. By the way, you know one thing I do love about FF14? Okay, I love a lot of things about FF14, but you know one thing in particular I love about FF14? The community. This is... I'm just gonna do it. I'm just gonna say it. I'm gonna curse myself. I'm gonna put up the target. Nobody has spoiled Jack for me. More to the point, nobody has wanted to spoil Jack for me. People have actively put effort into not spoiling, for me, some random stranger who's streaming a game they love. That's awesome. And it's rare, too. You remember the Halo runs? You remember the Halo frickin' runs? Remember when we started off the Telltale games? It was my first time playing them. You remember that? Yeah, no. I have a great deal of experience of having to just kind of mentally sigh at my chat periodically because, well... So. Y'all are awesome, is what I'm trying to say. Yeah, no, I was actually upset during the Halo runs. I was trying to get into those games, and I was failing. Alright, Casual's too toxic. I'm out. I'm out. That's it. I can't deal with that. Oh my god, I can't actually exit here. That's funny. No! I'm trapped! I am gonna go ahead and log out, though. I have a third stream starting in like 15 minutes, and I still need to eat dinner. So tomorrow, at 9 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, we will do more of the optional content. We have a few more pre-5.0, or excuse me, 2.1 dungeons to go through. We still have to do Cutter's Cry, Zamil Darkhold, and then we're going to start hitting some of the optional dungeons, and we're going to knock out those. We're also going to try and knock out the optional raids. We still have to do Garuda Hard, and hopefully, fingers crossed, hopefully we will be able to do Coils of Bahamut tomorrow. The way that's going to work is we're going to try it legit, and if we fail, we're going to unsync it, because I want to show off the story, if nothing else. That's the plan for Coils. I have actually done Coils at level. It was insanity, but I've done it. So we'll see if we can replicate that feat. Otherwise, hope you all have enjoyed. I'll see you tomorrow. Or in about 15 minutes.